what you hear? You should consider supporting Six and Fun and for Patreon. Okay, see you later.
Wow, Sinatra. Sinatra. Wow, Sinatra. Sinatra.
Hi, Chad. Welcome,
Hi,
welcome.
chat. You caught me at a bad time. I really have the runs and stream will be delayed a bit.
That would be the opposite of it won't come out. Let it finish? What the fuck, dude? You can't tell me that after I fucking leave the scene. Jesus Christ. Okay. All right. All right. We'll go back. We'll let it finish. Spadefire, welcome, welcome. Jesus Christ. Wow. Very much worth. Very, very much worth. Thank you, Brandy. Oh my God. Hi, everybody. Happy Monday. We all made it through, I guess. I think most everybody's here. Yeah, Brandy, it is. Hey, Dark Summit, don't fucking RP being drunk in my chat, thanks.
Hello.
Hello! Hello. Hi. Hi, Hatu. How are you? Welcome in, everybody. We've got 488. We got Tats. We got Wangler, Brainy, Hatu, 11, Firearms, Dingo, Maz, Lena, Summit, DJ, good to see you, dude. Who else have I missed? Oh my God, there was a lot of chat today before we went live. Viking, Spadefire. Who else? Who else? Who else? Who else? Who else? Later, dude.
I didn't make it, and I'm not here.
Oh my God, so many noises.
Environments like this one here, where animals live and thrive, and they worked. There's an endangered species right there.
Right there. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair, Valkyrie. That's a vibe. Now I feel sad, champ. Oh, well, you probably should. All right. Happy Tuesday. I guess it is Tuesday for some of you. All right. How was everybody's weekend? Anything crazy happen? Anything of note? We have an update to the Watcher situation to catch up on. I have not watched it yet, so thank you for the dicks. I mess with my OBS volume, so if any of the sounds are off tonight, let me know. And I also am unsure about how loud the pipes are at the moment. We watched a movie. We did. I enjoyed the movie. It may not have been a feel-good movie of the year or anything, but it was a good movie. Shaber! The Terms of Service forced arbitration clause for Discord in the US. I did not see the stuff about that. Shaper, you got information on that? You got a quick summary? I am in fact in the US. I would like to know what's going on with that. Also, Spadefire, I hope you're feeling slightly better, maybe, hopefully. At least possibly staying hydrated. Can opt out apparently. Interesting. Muy better? Good. Yeah, that fucking sucks, dude. Whenever you feel like that kind of bad, that shit is the worst. Like 3+ years old. Email before May 16th. You DM me a picture of the squatter. Oh, you got a squatter that moved in trying to evict her. Oh, is it a similar squatter to... Ah, you understand the pain now. I'm sure you've dealt with that before, but now for real, you understand the pain. In the current, like, it's fresh enough for you to be going through it with me. You have one too. No, but I had squirrels. I imagine a raccoon's probably worse, actually. Yeah, the Spadefire actually helped me patch up my fucking siding because they had chewed a fucking hole in it. All right, let me find music that's not metal fucking pipes. Like songs. We'll go here. We'll go here. Song radio. There we go. All right, that'll work. Rip to the House Hussy. Yeah, House Hussy is patched. We're good to go. Oh, did I have anything else interesting that was worth mentioning happen over the weekend? I don't think so. They really wanted to get in and to get bees. We couldn't let that happen. I really appreciate that still, by the way. No new holes have developed and never caught anything in the trap, so hopefully they're gone. Or they were trying to rescue bees from being in the walls. A likely story. I got 2 webcams set up on her looking through the glass. Dual live stream feed, watching her sleep right now. Need time to block the chimney once she heads out. Yeah, I thought about doing that, actually. I thought about doing it for content, setting up one of my phones and having it be like a redeem. Like, live view of the House Hussy. But we got it patched so quick, actually, that I never made it happen. Let's see. LAN party. I wasn't there for very long. Somebody broke one of Sir Bike's Lot's toilets. It was not me. Sunday, watched movie. If you're not in the Discord, come join the Discord and come to movie nights. Let's see. Discord updated terms of service are exactly the wrong response to... Okay, I'll pull this up here in a second. There's some Cowboy Bebop magic cards. That's pretty sick. Movie mid-afternoons. Yeah, movie mid-afternoons, but a lot of the people that join the movie nights are actually from Europe, so... Got to host more LAN parties for the complete home reno. Right. Interesting. I don't know if did I miss any more VTuber drama? Was there more of that? I don't know. I watched a Pippa Mahjong collab. I'm resisting the urge to play the Zhong. Tonight we will be playing some higher or lower, I believe. We may audible and just do like time guesser or something like that, but it'd be fun to kind of switch it up a little bit. Insight VTuber post schedule last minute. Yeah, I know. I'm about to pull it up. All right, let's look at my schedule, chat. Since there is one for the week, I suppose we should talk about it. All right. Window capture 2. Oh, that's right. I had to resize it. That's probably fine. Oh, God. What have I done to this poor window, dude? Okay, we'll just start with that. How about that? There we go. Copy link. Chat, schedule time. Tonight, higher or lower. Tuesday, off. Wednesday, we are going to be playing some Nikkei and opening Nikkei cards. There's actually some real value in the cards that we could possibly pull, but I probably used up all of my luck opening up Nikkei cards for Anger. Anger should be here Wednesday to join. Thursday, off. Friday, we're going to do some React, Andy, and Ultra Kill. So I'm looking forward to the Ultra Kill. We may actually roll Ultra Kill over into After Marbles on Saturday, depending. Saturday, the usual Marbles event plus gaming. I'm leaving that kind of open-ended. We got some cool stuff coming up in the next couple weeks. Tomorrow or Wednesday. I may wait till Wednesday to post the form for the YouTube suggested game that we're going to play, where you have to take a screenshot of your YouTube suggested page, and I'm going to be trying to guess who is who. Unless we get all of the submissions and Brainy is like, holy fuck, all of these are the exact same. But I bet there's going to be some variation. And I'm still working on stuff for the next Truck Sim stream. I've run into some hiccups that I don't know 100% how to solve, but hopefully I can get some of my, hopefully I can get some of my five-head friends to help me out with it. None of my suggestions are gun related? No, none at all. How do I read this? OMGB has reportedly posted his schedule tweaks in the... That's how I read that. Ivy, welcome. That's amazing emote placement, by the way. That looks incredibly intentional. Yeah, the Nikkei cards are pretty cool. I didn't really have an appreciation for it at the time, but it's like Union Arena or something like that, where it's a bunch of different properties all piled into one card game, and apparently you can play it somehow. I don't know.
I can't take it anymore. I'm sick of Bees. I try to watch Momo. Bees is in chat. I try to watch Moon. Bees is in chat.
Wow.
I visit Shie's stream. Bees is there too.
I'm sorry.
I go to YouTube. It has Bees videos.
It's true.
He grabs me by my pants.
Wow.
I chat for him.
Okay.
I edit for him.
Okay.
I send him anus cosplays in DMs. He isn't satisfied. I ask him for schedule. ... He ghosts me. He goes live and slanders me.
This is a lie. I gave you the schedule material. I posted the schedule.
Listen, chat, it's Brainy's fault. Send him your complaints. I can't answer all the complaints. My DMs are flooded. He slides into my DMs. Redacted. Guess this is the end. He grabs his dashboards to unmod me. He says, I'm throwing you under the bus.
Yeah.
There is no hint of sadness in his virtual eyes. Nothing but pure streamer on mod violence. What a cruel world.
But it is the world that we live in. It is the world that we live in, and you should expect nothing different. Okay? See that bus coming, all right? Holy shit. Take you to a different world.
All you need to do is
488, thank you for gifting a sub to Frosty. Bossy, make sure that you thank 48.
488 gifted a tier 1 sub to It's So Frosty Ye. They have given 228 gift subs in the channel.
You should start writing a web novel that's about a YouTube editor that gets isekai'd into another world where they are also a YouTube editor, except for now they have superpowers, and for some reason there's like 8 women that live with them. I don't know, this shit'll be insane. It'll be absolutely insane. I guarantee you it'll sell millions. I already have a self-insert fantasy OC. Just adapt that. Beautiful. I knew I could count on you. I want 10% for my suggestion, by the way. Was there anything else on Twitter that I wanted to talk about? I feel like there was something that I'm forgetting. Man.
We are locked in. Thank you for over 160 glizzies and doing glizzy overdrive.
I already have fucking Offkai FOMO. I already have Offkai FOMO, but I cannot fucking go. There's no way. I cannot swing that. Bambi! Good morning, welcome in. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Oh, yeah. Ubisoft, the other Ubisoft thing where the people on that Discord track down the guy that totally was not from Ubisoft. Fucking crazy. Where was that? Hold on. I don't want to dive too deep into that. I do think it's fucking hilarious though. Where did you post it? They're having a sale on the Crew Motorfest right now. Wait, is that like next on them to like fucking shut down? There was another Ubisoft thing, dude. When is there not Ubisoft things? I fucking... Is it okay? Wait, is this like the current one, or is this another one of the older ones? It irritates the fuck out of me because I love The Division, and some of they're more like they're not like great games, but the whole open world live service stuff. Listen, I would really like live service games if they weren't shitty and only designed to take advantage of the consumers that pay for them. And don't get me wrong, like not all of them are like that, but Helldivers 2, exactly. So like there are examples of live service games that can be fantastic. None of the Ubisoft ones are that. None of them. Ubisoft has some gems. Division was amazing. Yep. Division 2. Although I don't think the Division 2 is as good as the Division, I still love it. I get the appeal of the Division franchise. Yeah. Dude, they just nailed the feeling of like, you know, post-apocalyptic collapsed New York City in the winter. Like, mwah. Ubi has insane aesthetics department, but the monetization in some systems are so bad, and their QC and testing is shit. Man, it's just like an Ubisoft thing. Don't get me wrong, it's the thing for a lot of games, but it's an Ubisoft thing that basically on release of any of their titles, there's an economy-breaking, game-breaking bug that ruins the fun for everyone. And they're just like, oh, fuck, we didn't see that coming. We better fix it and then not do anything to address the economy being absolutely ramjammed. Yeah, it's getting review bombed. Is it really? I kind of love that for them. I really do. Is the Crew Motorfest as good as the Crew was? Like, genuinely? Has anybody played it? I worry for titles like The Division whenever they do shut them down, because they will, and then that shit's just going to be like, sorry. They slapped planes into one of the newer crews. It was weird. It was kind of weird. Where's the story? Brainy, do you know where the story is about that guy joining the Discord? You transform from a car into a boat into a plane? The fuck? Really? Hold on. Hold on. I gotta see that. The Crew car transform.
The Crew 2 allows you to transform at any time between a car, plane, boat, and bike. Just hit R3 and pick your ride from this magical little pop-up menu. You want to fly through the city in a boat like some sort of ghost pirate? Anchors raised, Captain Casper. Go chase that booty. Or how about a
That joke was really painful. Like, really painful. They shot themselves in the foot attracting players with their own actions. Why would you buy a new game from a franchise that can be taken from your library at any time? Yeah. I mean, the thing is, people will forget, right? Like, people will forget about this whole drama, and I'm sure that they'll be fine. But like, some people won't forget, for sure. And hopefully I'm wrong, and hopefully people do vote with their wallets and are like, you know what, actually, Ubisoft, you can suck it. But I don't think that's gonna happen. Timestamp on the Discord. Did you tag me somewhere? Confused. Welcome back, Summit. Videos. There we go. Blind, dude. I am fucking blind, dude.
Let's see. Oh yeah, other news. This is, I guess for me, this is hearsay. Let me tell you my original plans. My original plans, as of a week ago, was thinking, I hadn't thought about the publicity on this as much as I should have, as far as like getting everybody to the right place and setting up the site. And one thing I was thinking is, I should try to foster that some more. I was thinking of setting up an official Discord.
Okay.
But the problem is, right around that time, I got reports from the Cursed Farms Discord, which is totally unofficial. I've actually never even been in there.
Yo, Ham, welcome in. Good
Because
to
I
see you,
didn't
dude.
really mess with a lot of the social media stuff. Same goes. I have used the Reddit, but I'm not in charge of it at all. Apparently, somebody showed up there, and they seemed kind of suspicious to some of the regulars there, and they did a background check on them, and they found that they worked for a PR firm that did work for Ubisoft. So the theory is that maybe they were snooping around there trying to find something problematic they could smear us with.
Yeah.
And, I mean, who knows? I don't know what everybody's saying, so yeah, maybe.
Oh, that's so... It's they must think that everybody is just a fucking idiot, because to join a Discord that you're trying to collect information from with clear links back to who you actually are and who you work for is fucking crazy. That is so wild to me. And I guess it shouldn't surprise me, because some people have like the shittiest OPSEC, and I guess mine ain't really that great either. but like, if you're working for a fucking PR firm that is very obviously trying to collect just dirt on this dude, because as a reminder to anybody who doesn't know who this dude is, he's the guy that started up the Stop Game Destruction campaign. And if you live in Europe, you can sign up for it and blah, 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 blah. Jesus Christ. Hi, Kung Fu. Thank you, Duke. I'm fucking deaf now. Red, welcome in. Discord accounts are free, right? They're fucking free. So yeah, just to sign up and so clearly have ulterior motives is just fucking, it's hilarious. It's honestly incredible. Like thank you for that, because now I get to laugh at you. But it's just crazy.
So that makes me think that, yeah, we're doing a good job. Like if we're getting that kind of attention. However, that makes me not want to set up an official Discord because, you know, I don't want the liability. And if I'm being the spokesperson for all this, you know, I can very clearly state what the stance of the whole campaign and initiative is. And this involves thousands of people. So everybody's going to have a different opinion and different views on it. And I'm not taking liability for that. We're just here trying to take legal action to stop publishers from destroying games.
Smart dude, IMO. I think people are losing their patience for the whole, like, oh my God, some fucking idiot said something abhorrent on your Discord server. We're canceling you for it. Like, I don't think you get a lot of play with that anymore. I mean, sometimes you do. Maybe it would work, but like, it's kind of like following someone that that says stupid shit on Twitter, right? It's like I follow this dude because of something completely unrelated to his dumbass stance on you know, gluten-free bread is fucking good, right? So like I just don't have time. I don't have time to police every fucking statement that everybody makes in a Discord server. So like cool. Also, he talks later, I don't know, timestamp about how people say if buying is not owning, piracy is not a crime. Now he thinks these people missed the point. Yeah. Do you know where that is in the video? I just don't want to watch 20 fucking minutes of this. But I agree with them. And that's not a discussion that's going to, like, listen, you have to understand the fight that you're in, right? You have to understand the people that you're trying to convince. Like, even if you think that if buying is not owning, piracy is not a crime, like saying that out loud to people that's just going to upset. What does that do for you? What does that do for you? That's just people wanting free stuff. Yeah. Thank you for the lurk, Brandon. Thank you. So I don't know. I wish this dude all the luck in the world, and I love it whenever companies the size of Ubisoft or people working for them do something so boneheaded that I get to actually heartily chuckle at them. It's a good feeling. Also, I don't know if I actually commented on this, but apart from the writing in this video being complete trash, this swap system is hilarious. Carrick! Welcome, Carrick. How are you?
Oh God, no! What about boat to car? Drive on the water like some sort of crazy superfish. Oh, bull.
Oh my God. Actually, no. I'm putting all of us through this whole video. It is actually 2 minutes of just that. I didn't realize. I'm sorry.
Go chase that booty. Or how about a relaxing nighttime drive through the sky? Look at that view. You don't see that when you're driving on the road like a peasant. You can even transform into a bike and go full-on X Games mode. These transformations are a little harder to land, but a pro like me can— Oh God, no! What about boat to car? Drive on the—
what do you call this kind of humor? Like, what is it? What is it other than painful? I'm trying to put it into words, like what it reminds me of.
Water like some sort of crazy superfish. Oh, balls. All right, okay, you can't do that one. You can even answer the age-old question that has plagued mankind since the invention of the wheel. What would happen if I transformed from a plane into a car 40,000 feet in the sky? In the Crew 2, you can fly so high you can break through the cloud line and chill out above them.
If I thought that this was actually satire, I would be a lot less in pain right now.
Like God. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached our cruising altitude of 40,000 feet. We are now about to turn into a car, plummet towards the earth, and most likely die on impact, so the seatbelt sign will remain on.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Red, that's exactly it.
Stuck the landing, too. And now I can just drive home. You don't see Virgin Airlines offering this kind of service. If you enjoyed that, why not check out some of our other videos on the Crew 2. Plane, bike, boat, car.
Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that, IGN. We'll get right on that. Nerdy! Nerdy, welcome. Can you not turn back into a plane? I imagine you can turn right back into a plane, yeah. 2819 in the vid. There was a list of timestamps in the comments. You expect me to read? Gross. 2819. Here we go.
Big shutdown like this. So, oh yeah, and the last thing I had, because I think this kind of got brought up on other stuff. I've been seeing this comment pop up everywhere on videos related to this, especially the Crew, where they're saying, oh, what? If buying isn't owning, then piracy isn't stealing. And initially I was sort of frustrated by this, but now I just look at it like, okay, what that says to me when it's about the Crew is it's like a giant billboard on your forehead that says, I do not understand the problem. Like, that's what that says to me. The Crew was never pirated. Darkspore was never pirated. Lawbreakers was never pirated. I think a lot of I think maybe almost all free-to-play games were never pirated. So the people saying that just don't get it.
90s Tom Hall? What is that? Is this what Tom Hall looked like with hair? I don't remember. Good summary of the situation by him. Yeah, he seems like I haven't been 100% up to speed with everything the dude has said, but seemingly the movement and a lot of the dude's takes are pretty on point. I have a CD of Darkspore on my shelf and I can't play it. Yeah, that is worth a tweet slam for sure. He's chill in general, yeah.
Still not going to get it for another 10 years. Whatever. They're not our enemies. They just don't get it. Every time I see that now, I'm imagining just like a smiling SpongeBob SquarePants, just like, with like a blank stare, and like I'm thinking, okay, well, they're trying, I guess, but you're barking up the wrong tree for this. But besides, I think some of a lot of de novo games, they've been out years and haven't been cracked. So look, it's conceivable in the future for a lot of games, piracy is just not possible.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see just a lot of lost media. Genuinely, like I don't know, maybe people will take the time years later, like the guy that just ported fucking what was the framework that .NET framework, literally framework. There's a guy that just ported .NET framework to Windows 95. And if somebody can be that autistic, then maybe we'll get after the fact cracks on some of these games once they're dead. But I think we'll have actual games just be like games that lots of people played, just become lost media. It's misrepresenting the idea and possibly putting people off from understanding the actual issue. Yeah, that's honestly the biggest thing that irritates me about it. It isn't even the misrepresentation, because it's easy. I feel like it is very easy for people to get emotional and just latch on to something convenient and catchy, and you know, it's a little saying that you can just vomit out whenever you talk about the subject, and hooray, you're for the cause. But even more so than the misrepresentation or just misunderstanding, it's I worry about the optics or putting off people that may have taken you seriously or the movement seriously, and now they're just going to be dismissive or just straight up hostile towards the movement. So hopefully people receive this dude's message loud and clear. I unfortunately, I don't think that his word will be louder than all of the people that are just repeating that phrase over and over and over again on Reddit a bajillion times. But I can hope, you know, politics. I'm just to be on the internet. Ultimate pop culture fandom, Tom Hall. Okay, hold on. Holy fuck, dude. Dude, I had forgotten you look like that, man. Oh, man. What? Moon with hair? Oh, that's way closer than I thought. Well, yeah, no, you called that. That is totally true. Anyways, cool movement. Prairie Pirate, good to see you, dude. Welcome. I really, really hope that continues to pick up steam. And hey, it'd be great if it managed to make a difference. But I doubt it. I just don't think, unfortunately, like I don't know how easy it would actually be, right? But I can't imagine it being that fucking difficult to put out a patch for an online only game whenever it's being sunset that just lets people fucking play the game. Like, even if you... I don't know what we did to deserve that, nerdy, but hi. Like, even if you in your fucking patch notes, you're like, this won't work. Like, there are parts of this that do not work, but here is at least most of your game that you love, and you can just play the fucker offline, right? You can play it. I don't think it would be that difficult for most games to release a patch like that. But as a former media student, I didn't expect that I would continue learning more about real world media theory and evolution of media from a bee on the internet 3 years after I graduated. Well, I don't know about learning shit from me, but we can have a discussion about it. It's good to see you, Satan. Welcome. Give server tools. Yeah, like fuck it. And the problem is they want to keep that IP in their bag of tricks later on for when people are really nostalgic about the crew. They'll be like, oh, do you remember playing the OG crew? Well, now it's remastered. Like that. It's that won't be the case for every game like this, but I imagine it's a big reason why a lot of these they will flat out refuse to let loose of their game like that. Quantity over quality. Yeah. I mean, I feel like it's been like that for like, I don't know. There's some examples of quantity over quality for sure. And like the video game space is oversaturated for sure. But a lot of games, it's not like they're on a short release cycle. It's not like a lot of these games that come out and people have extreme negative reactions towards, like, are even necessarily all bad. They may be horribly tested, rough around the edges, but they may in general be solid and liked, but then people just despise the monetization and predatory everything that comes with the game. I don't know. Like, it's complicated. It's complicated. In 1993, I was a librarian running an undergrad computer lab. where the Onion started. That's sick. I was the cool boss that let my support students play MMORPGs. That is amazing, and I love that. I love that. I really do. I had teachers in high school that let me play games and stuff on the internet whenever I finished my work, and like it was like way more motivating to be in an environment like that. Like getting to play Counter-Strike on a computer at a school may be a bit monka, but like I remember those fucking classes. Forget remaster. Here's the crew super turbo crap where you can transform into a Cybertruck, into a SpaceX rocket that explodes in orbit, and a Red Bull paraglider, land on the Statue of Liberty surrounded by Coca-Cola Festival for bonus points for Mountain Dew Battle Pass. Also, you're wearing a cat mask, and Drake is playing in the background, and fucking I don't know, some other crazy shit that's all trademarked and licensed and you paid for. I would still say I'm learning here, hearing various perspectives and seeing, discussing, and analyzing your life situations. Well, I'm fucking flattered, Satan. I really am. I love shit like this. This is my favorite part of streaming. It was mostly a 24/7 lab with Mac SE Periscope computers for writing papers. Yeah, well, I mean, this was fucking 1993, so it's not like they're going to be booting up World of Warcraft, but even if, you know, you were limited in what you could do, that was probably a pretty new world for a lot of people, you know? I love live services. I love post-Fortnite gaming. That is such a depressing statement, but you're so right, dude. Has anybody checked in on PUBG recently? Because they're not okay. they're not doing all right in the post-Fortnite era. They're just, and we'll get anyone streaming it DMCA'd. Yup. I play Quake 3 Arena on school PCs, dude. CS:GO in school sounds fun, dude. This wasn't Go, man. Maybe dating myself a little bit, but this is like fucking 1.6. Oh yeah, in high school was Turbo Pascal and computer classes. Hey, at least they were there. Okay, let me see if I can just find the current state of PUBG. That was a year ago, 10 months ago, 4 months ago, 3 months ago. PUBG is absolutely mental now by Jack Frags. This is a 22-minute long video. Is PUBG worth it in 2024? I wonder if I can find a short video under 4 minutes. Let's see. This is all extremely low view. New State Mobile versus PUBG Battlegrounds versus, no, that's too much. Okay, let's just go back to that Jack Frags video. I just remember PUBG being like damn near Daisy-esque, you know? It was gritty. It was more realistic, I guess. It wasn't like, it wasn't Call of Duty or Fortnite yet. Prairie Pirate ruined so many students' lives by introducing them to MMOs. I feel bad for them. Nah. Where is it? Where I lost it. Here we go.
Oh my God. Jack, look.
This is new technology.
What?
Next generation gaming.
That's oh my, no, Jack, come on. Look. Whoa. Oh, look how fast I can go.
Bun! Can we get a shout out for Bun, please?
That's amazing.
Why have they put this in? This is so weird.
How are you, Bun?
What?
I mean, this area looks quite detailed. Like a final zone here would be good, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Oh, you'd have so much fun.
Wait. Come on, you can do it.
No, this is gonna have anything.
Quick landing. 10 out of 10. Nice.
Tricks, yo.
Oh, perfect landing.
What
10 out of
the
10.
fuck?
If you were given a year and infinite money.
Dude was on a bike.
But they'd play it behind him.
Nah, there's a lot of skins and goofy stuff that's been added in PUBG now. PUBG is absolutely crazy now. Hey, maybe it's actually a fantastic game now. I always enjoyed PUBG. A vid as boring as PUBG. Dude, I love PUBG. And Battle Royale games. Okay. If not for the Arma Battle Royale mod, I would not be streaming right now. Would not be streaming right now because that is what got me actually hooked on Twitch. That is the first time that I actually really got like deep into Twitch. I'm glad you changed. Yeah, me too. I don't think that I would be very entertaining just fucking playing shooters all day. I like, there are plenty of people that are, don't get me wrong. I don't think that I would be one of those people because I would just tunnel zoom into everything that I'm trying to focus on, completely ignore chat, rage about things, and be a completely boring piece of shit. Meta friend for life in that game? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I used to watch Lyric like over a decade ago. And dude would be playing DayZ or Battle Royale in Arma. We met in Arma? Whoa. I said a friend. Holy. That's kind of harsh. That's kind of harsh. Also, just an update on the YouTube channel because holy shit. I know we kind of talked about this last stream, but we are at, well, let me find out real quick. Hold on. 5,880 subscribers.
Hello, my name is Bundling, and I am a cute dingus. John 3. Ooh.
I don't think Bun's okay.
Bun mad.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think Bun's okay. Tiger watches Lyric a lot. We have Lyric merch. I bought the first fucking shirt that Lyric ever sold, and I literally threw that shit away like less than a year ago. I found it in a storage box, and it was like all tattered and terrible and just ridiculous
Goodbye,
looking.
YouTube. Catch my new videos on my exclusive streamer. Should be on your TV.
Why do they call it a streamer, man? Why do they call it a streamer? I hope they fucking learned. Yeah, we're about to. Anyways, I may be like more vocal about trying to organize people showing up for, because I don't really like post about it beforehand, but for the premieres of videos and stuff. And like I don't expect people to show up, but I think I may just be better about promoting the stuff that I'm up to on YouTube. So, yeah, the YouTube stuff's super cool. I'm really enjoying it. I'm glad that it's going well. And I hope that y'all continue to support me on it. But yeah, let's jump into the Watcher stuff, because for those of you that are unaware of the Watcher situation, they are a channel with about 3 million subscribers. And last Friday they were like, oh, we are launching a new service where you have to pay us $6 a month, otherwise you won't be able to watch any of our content, because other than teasers, it is all going to be posted on our streamer. And they kept calling it a streamer. They kept calling their streaming service a streamer, and it made me want to fucking scream. I didn't watch anybody else's take on it, actually. I think I watched like a couple minutes of maybe like Asmon talk about it. but I don't think we're even going to bother with that. Basically, I saw the VOD. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you, Whale. What? What are you mad at me for? Also, hi, Whale. Mwah. See that buzz coming? I was talking to Brainy, not you. Well, I mean, I guess you too. You are also a mod. You're not allowed to leave. That's not how this works. Anyways, it was a 15-minute long video that was overproduced, insincere, and completely misguided. And they caught a bunch of shit for it. It is at 1.8 million views. Kind of surprised they haven't taken it down. Let me see if I can see how many views it has, or how many dislikes it has. Watcher. Currently, it has 228,000 dislikes to 36,000 likes. And listen, before we get into it, it was his voice. I know it was his voice. I know. But we were swapping back and forth kind of between his voice and it clearly being about you, Brainy. You're the one that made it about you, Brainy. I understand them needing to be able to support themselves and they need to diversify their income streams. Like, I'm all for it. But they were already doing that, right? They were already doing that with a Patreon that had over 10,000 people on it. It just was insane. And they went about it completely. It was completely misguided. Acting like $6 is an insignificant amount of money to everyone is stupid as shit. How many Patreon people now? That's a good question. I love the goodbye still posting premieres combo. Yeah. That is a good question. Hold on, let me check. And completely blocking off all viewership, no full series being posted on YouTube is just so boneheaded. It's I don't understand. Like, I just don't understand how they thought that was possibly a good idea. So okay, how do you find, did they like get rid of their Patreon? What is happening? You should watch Kung Fu's posted reaction video on Discord after. It's a bit over an hour. Okay. If they had shown how they had maximized existing revenue streams and demonstrated how this new service would provide more funding, it would have been something. Yeah. And if they had not just been completely dismissive of the price, acting like it's just not a big deal, or they had said, oh, well, after a certain amount of time, you'll be able to view most of the content on YouTube. Maybe not all of it, but after a certain amount of time, most of the content will be available on YouTube. Then this whole thing could have been like, oh, that's interesting. Not a, what the fuck were y'all thinking? On Nebula. Yeah. Well, I don't blame them for wanting to make more money. Like, that is not the issue here. It's like a business wanting to make money and ensure their future success is not a problem. Okay, let's watch the update. An update
of explaining the reasoning. Hey everyone, last Friday we announced that we're leaving YouTube and launching our new streaming platform.
We messed up. A lot of you spoke out with extremely valid comments and concerns, and we want to take the time now to address them.
We've been reading the things you've been saying, and we're sorry for the way we handled this, as well as the way we communicated it. We understand where you're coming from, and we're making immediate changes.
First, we want to affirm that you are the reason why we've been able to do anything at this company. You helped us every step of the way when we left BuzzFeed to start watching.
We are deeply sorry. We're sorry. Sorry. Yeah. This video fucking sucks already. Brady, no. Don't fucking bail this quickly.
At the top of the pandemic in 2020.
You've supported us
Stay strong.
in so many ways by watching our content, attending our live shows, buying our merch, becoming members of our Patreon, and giving words of encouragement over the years. And we are incredibly grateful for your support.
We're sorry for how we originally our goodbye message to YouTube.
Good luck on Genshin.
It was insensitive. We didn't properly express how much we appreciate all of you. And we did a really bad job of explaining the reasoning behind this transition.
We also want to deeply apologize for our ignorance around the impact of the cost.
Deeply apologize.
We regret stating and implying that it's a price that anybody can afford, and we fully acknowledge that it is not. We didn't take the proper consideration for how this cost would affect you, and hope you know that we are taking this as a serious learning experience. With that in mind, we're making some changes to ensure that there's a way for our community to continue watching our content for free.
If you want to watch our shows early and ad-free, you can catch them on the Watcher platform a month earlier. After
there you go. A month is a long fucking time, but hey, there's that, I guess. McLennan, welcome. Hello, they're already walking it back. Yes, you came in about a minute and a half into a 3.5 minute long video. They stewed on it over the weekend. I wonder, you know what I would be curious about is when they actually recorded this video. How quickly after the fact did they realize that they fucked up? Joan, the cuts are so sudden and they all look like they have a knife over their head. Yeah, dude, it's their body language, even in the first video, was weird. Oh, we got an ad break, so we'll chill for a minute. Their body language in the first video was weird, and yeah, they look like they're going through it right now. I'm guessing when they were down the first 100K subscribers, I wonder how many they lost. How many did they? Well, that's all we need to hear right there. We didn't take into consideration how this price will affect you. Yep. Social Blade time. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Social Blade. Watcher. YouTube. Oh, shit. All right. Well, it looks like they're down 80,000 total, but it was Friday -40, Saturday -30, Sunday -20, Monday. Who knows? Are you looking at Pandora from Nije? Yeah. Is theirs similar at the moment? What happened with them? Hostage tape feel we are safe and unharmed, right? It really is, though. It really does not feel genuine. This whole, it was pretty similar. Damn. I don't know. Okay, chat. Which one of these people do you feel is the least genuine?
It was on YouTube for free. For those that have already subscribed to the platform, we are so grateful for your support. But if this change has you rethinking your membership, we will issue a full refund. And all past episodes and series will remain available on YouTube.
Wow! As for the question of why we decided to launch our own platform.
Okay.
When we started Watcher in 2020, we wanted to create shows that we were proud of, that we
Why
had
is that,
ownership
Red?
over, and that would provide you the caliber of content that we felt you deserved. However, we were finding it harder and harder to stay relevant to advertisers and the constantly changing YouTube landscape. We faced some incredibly challenging.
So you started a fucking Patreon, right? So that's when you started a Patreon, and that's when you had 11,000 people join your Patreon, right? And that's when the lowest price subscription on Patreon is $5 a month, but You know, there's a lot of fans that pay way more than $5 a month. Like probably like thousands of fans that pay over $5 a month. In fact, there are probably some whales that pay well over that amount. That's when you did all that, right? When you were like, oh shit, we're not making the advertising money that we need to, and maybe we want a little bit more control over the product that we're putting out without having to worry about attracting those advertisers. That's when that's Patreon, right? Cool.
Challenging decisions. We didn't want to compromise our content to ensure they met advertising requirements. And we definitely did not want to lay people off that have
it was like
brought
over
Watcher to
11,
life
John.
behind the scenes. And we didn't want to bring Watcher to a close, which would have happened if we stayed solely on YouTube.
That's why we decided to launch the platform, so that we as a company could continue, we could pay our staff fairly, and not only continue to make great content for you, but expand with new shows, new voices, all ad-free. And now with the addition of accessible options, this is a decision that we all believe is the best for Watcher.
However, we realized that in figuring out the logistics of what this might take, we overlooked the way it would impact all of you. We hope you'll be patient with us through these mistakes, and we remain incredibly sorry that they were made in the first place.
We also want to directly address our Patreon community, who have played such a key role in supporting us.
Finally they're fucking talking about the Patreon. All right, let's hear it. YouTubers acting as if they have to feed poor stakeholders. It's just a YouTube channel. Just downsize a little. I don't fucking know. Don't try to be Mr. Beast. But again, like there is, I mean, yes, but also, I don't. Then get me more. Just get more views. It's simple. Like there's nothing wrong with them trying to take more control over the content that they make and the stream of money that comes in. It like cut out Patreon. Sweet. Now you don't have to fucking pay Patreon. You're still paying processing fees on all the money that's coming in, stuff like that. But now you're not beholden to Patreon, right? Awesome. It's just the way that they did it. It's just the way that they did it. Their overhead costs, that's a lot of reach to act like you have no option to diversify. Yeah, no, they acted like it was all for us. And they were, the advertisers were keeping them down, and they were putting out such high quality content that there was simply no other way than to take a measly $6 a month from everyone for their content. And if they could just get the million people that watch each of their videos to give them $6, then holy fuck, that would be a lot of money every month. And they're right. But they just needed to make it a bit more approachable. And Wikipedia banner on begging. Yeah, right. Dude, have you seen the financials? Okay, I don't know how accurate this is, but Wikipedia financials are all like available. And like if you look at the payroll for the Wikipedia stuff, listen, different rabbit hole that we can go down. But man, all that begging that they do, the people that actually run Wikipedia, holy fuck, they're taking a lot of that money. A lot of that money. And a lot of people just are not aware of that. All the board of directors are making at least six figures, dude. At least.
From the very beginning, all current Patreon members will receive a free subscription code to the platform. If you already purchased a subscription, please contact us.
Dude, how the fuck are they going to manage that? This is so poorly thought out. This is so poorly thought out, dude. How are you going to manage that? Unless they just assumed that from the beginning, people will be totally fine with paying 2 subscription fees. Like, I don't know. It's just so, and now this backpedaling, that is so much time and effort to respond to people sending emails and Patreon messages being like, what the fuck? I'm a Patreon member. Where's my key for access to your site? And like, do you get a new one every month? Or when you drop your subscription, do you get a new one when you resubscribe on Patreon? Are they keeping the Patreon running? Like, send them a random email asking for a refund, dude. I'm fucking tempted to, man. Oh yeah, man. Long time Patreon subscriber here. Where's my fucking code for the streamer, dude? What would you do for $6 a month? Maybe get money out of it. Yeah.
And we will issue you a full refund.
We look forward to continuing to make shows and introducing all the incredible things that we've got planned for the platform alongside YouTube. And in the meantime, we are forever grateful to all of the people who make up our community. And we hope that you consider joining us in this next chapter of our journey, whether that's on YouTube or on the platform. Thank you. Thank you.
God damn, at least he's calling it a platform now and not a streamer. But like, I don't know comics enough. Is there a Who Watches the Watcher joke in here somewhere? I feel like there fucking should be. Even this response is shit. Even this response is fucking terrible. I don't know. Maybe I'm just going into this too negatively. Maybe I'm not giving it a chance. Maybe it's a me problem, but I cannot fucking take these dudes seriously. This backdrop is dumb. The tone of the video is dumb. It was 3 minutes longer than it needed to be. I don't. It's just fucking weird, dude. It's just fucking weird. They really, honestly, it should have just been one of these dudes sitting in like an office or something, not on a fucking set, being like, we fucked up, guys. We really should have thought more about the process and how it would affect people and what, you know, asking our longtime fans that have supported us to get us to the point where we are now, asking them, telling them that they had to pay $6 a month and treating it as an insignificant $6 a month. Like we were fucking clowns for that. Our bad. We'll get back with you in like a week or two with a full response. Like, but we're pausing this shit for now. Like, we're putting this shit on hold. We're going to figure it out. We're going to come back at it. It's going to be better. Bye. I don't know. I feel like that would have been about 1,000 times more personable and real than whatever the fuck was I just watched. Would have been better with a ukulele involved. 10 out of 10 for entertainment, at least, right? Yeah. Yeah. I like, at least the ukulele was so goddamn nonsensical that I could laugh at it. But this is just kind of insulting and shit. So what was stopping them from putting videos behind Patreon or YouTube membership instead and incentivizing more signups that way? Fucking nothing. Literally nothing. It's purely a greed thing. They really thought that people would follow them to their goofy off fucking website where they didn't have to give YouTube a cut and that it was going to be beautiful and they were going to get $6 million a month. Like, I just, they really fucking thought that. So yeah, give us money because we said so. But that's the fucking thing, is they had so many fans giving them money. They already had that. It's just everything about this was shit. What's with bad YouTube apologies the last 12 months, dude? Bad YouTube apologies are just a YouTube thing, man. Like, yeah, I don't know. It feels like there have been a lot over the past year for sure. But I feel like there's just always been a history of really, really shit YouTube apologies. That's been a thing for a long time. How many concussions do we think they had as kids? Man, I had a lot of fucking concussions as a kid, man. That's not an excuse to be like this. Not enough, right? It adds up, especially if it's $6 as conversion rate makes things worse. Yeah. You know, I really do like almost hate shitting on them. I really do. Like I like seeing creators diversify. I really do. But not when they're being so shitty about it. So like what was the name of the people that tried to like copyright trademark or they tried to trademark or copyright React content. And that was fuck, dude. How long ago was that? How many years ago was that? This has the same vibes as that. It really, really does. Fine Bros, yeah. The middle one's too smug looking to feel bad shitting on him. Absolutely. He has a goofy fucking head of hair. He really does. Like, I'm trying not to be too picky about their personal opinions here, but his hair reminds me of a fucked up bird that has, I don't know. It's just like really, it's, and I cannot trust that smile, dude. The smile is so condescending. Honestly, all of their faces just come off as dismissive and condescending. The fact that people watch this fucking video, their team watched this video, and they're like, oh yeah, this shit, it's good. It's good. This is gonna smooth it right over. We're gonna be great. Is baffling to me. But it's, you know, he looks like the grown-up version of the villain in a children's movie. On the topic of diversifying, did Kick end up going anywhere, or is it overrun by porn bots now? I don't know. We talked about that not too long ago. I mean, the same with Linus Tech Tips apology video. Yeah, there were parts of that video that weren't great. There were also bits of it that I thought were perfectly fine. I don't know. I was able to extend Linus more of understanding or points than these guys, I guess. But that was a really bad response. Dropping jokes, like it's not the end of the world, and it wasn't like a bad joke, but dropping LTT store jokes in a fucking apology, maybe not the best move. Maybe you just don't do that. Maybe you joke about it like a month or two later. Maybe. What did Linus do? What was even the controversy there? I can't even fucking remember. Listen, I'm no better than the people that I talk shit about, right, chat? It's been like 4 months and I've already forgotten whatever the LTT thing was about. Harassment. Oh, that's right. It was harassment. Yeah, there was that employee that worked there. What was her name? And she posted about workplace conditions, harassment, some, I believe, sexual harassment as well. All sorts of crazy stuff. Bad testing metrics, keeping the prototype. Oh yeah, dude. There was a pile of stuff. Blizzard vibe. Yep. Blizzard vibe. Yeah, Blizzard vibe, inaccurate information. They also trashed that one company's prototype, and they, even worse than that, they gave it away at like the LTT convention or whatever that was. I think James Somerton's apology video was the worst I have seen within the last year. Did he release like his own apology video? Did we watch that? I don't feel like we watched that. Talking shit on Gamers Nexus, dude, that shit was insane to me because Tech Jesus, like, I don't know, does anybody think bad of Gamers Nexus? Like, I don't feel like they're like, okay, maybe some people don't have the warm and fuzzies because the guy just says it how it is, but I don't think that there's like, I think he's too monotone. That's totally fair. And I think that's one of the reasons why he's not, you know, wildly more popular than he is. But even being monotone and maybe not even really that super entertaining, great information, great dude, and like they stand on business. So 488, do you have the link to James Somerton's apology video? I am curious. I want to look at the Fine Bros because how many people in chat were on YouTube consuming YouTube content when the Fine Brothers reaction content copywriting controversy happened? Like, who in chat actually, no, like we'll answer it this way. Who in chat has no fucking clue what I'm talking about? The Fine. Oh, it's controversy. I only watched the reaction. I can look. Okay. I can see what I can find. It's a Sunny video about it. Fine Bros apology re-upload. React World. Okay. So I guess the original video was only like 4 minutes long. So we'll watch that. These dudes look so fucking goofy. Oh man. You know what's funny is I actually like that format. I really do. I don't want to just consume I don't want to, like, that's not the kind of content that I can binge on, right? But if they release like a video that's like, you know, Zoomers react to Windows 95, like I feel like that would be an entertaining video. And some of the shit that they released was entertaining. I'm not going to try to take that away from them. But it was a bit of a one-trick pony kind of thing. And I think they kind of massively fell off since then. But basically, like, what their whole thing was, Haggai looks like a lizard. Haggai looks like Zuckerberg's cousin. Oh man. I don't disagree. I don't disagree, but I'm not trying to make it about how he looks like a lizard, okay? I'm not trying to make it just about how I can't tell which direction the motherfucker's looking. All right? I'm not trying to make it look. Actually, I can't tell which direction either motherfuckers are looking. It's not what it's about, chat. It's not what it's about. Oh shit. All right. So they did content that was like, you know, this group of people reacts to this kind of music, or you know, kids react to you know, boomers being fucking stupid, you know, like it seems like the original YouTube videos deleted. All you get are reactions by Charlie and other people. That's fine. Send me one of those. If you don't mind, please. It was goofy content that at the time was doing really well, like really well. And they hit us with this fucking gem, like, mwah. And I think that you will agree with me that this video has very, very similar energy to Watcher's video.
Hello everyone! We are very excited to bring you an announcement today. It's a really big announcement, Benny. Our company has grown so much over the years, and we are so grateful to have experienced this with all of you who've been with us for years, as well as new people who join the Fine family every day. And it's because of all your support that we're now announcing this big thing that will bring us closer than ever before by creating a new way for us to create content together. This is not only a huge step for our company, but for the entire global media industry. Ever since React first debuted over 5
Also, that fucking statement, dude, like, calm down. Calm down.
years ago, we saw the impact of the series. The franchise has grown beyond our wildest imagination, and it's been humbling to see the impact it's had on the world.
We strive with React to be making episodes that will not just be interesting and entertaining now, but live on forever as a time capsule even 100 years from now that people can look back at what various generations were saying about culture and the issues of our time.
So you're wasting your time going on the internet, going through the comments, and typing some racial slur for a Cheerios commercial.
But what has been missing is how to expand React
that is the internet.
Further to communities across the world, which we know for years is something all of you have wanted, and we wanted too.
We've realized that the way to make that happen is by having the people who helped React become a global phenomenon be the ones to make the shows with us, and that's all of you.
We are excited to announce React.
Whoa. Hold on, sorry. All right.
We are excited to announce React World, which is a first-of-its-kind program that allows people and companies to license all our popular shows online so that anyone, even you watching right now, can create your own versions in a fully legal way and be part of a new and exciting global community.
In entertainment industry terms, when you create a version of a show based on someone else's format, this is called licensing, which many TV shows have done over time.
Listen, you fucking idiots. If you want to take the format that we totally invented legally, let me explain to you how you can do that, since you don't understand licensing. Big word, I know.
For example, Britain's Got Talent and America's Got Talent. It's the same show format, but licensed legally to be created in other locations. So with React World, we've created a new way to license formats in the digital age.
And unlike in TV where you have to pay
They really
huge
do,
amounts
Red.
up
They
front,
really do.
we're providing the license with no upfront fees. Instead, we're sharing revenue with you after you start uploading. Along with the license, we're going to be giving you a bunch of resources to help you create the shows, make money, and get featured and promoted by us in various ways. Find out more in the links below.
Part of why we believe this initiative is important is due to witnessing many creators, ourselves included, having their shows and formats blatantly stolen by companies and people, both online and on television.
Yeah,
We
I do
implore
appreciate
everyone
that
not to
about it,
support
Brainer.
those companies and channels. When you notice someone ripping someone's format off, don't stand for it.
We have been creating shows online for nearly 12 years, and as YouTube and web entertainment has evolved, we've seen the supportive ethos of what so many of us pioneered start going away. As digital media has become more corporate,
Oh,
the spirit
boy.
of wanting to do things differently than traditional Hollywood has started to dissipate, but our company has never lost that spirit.
With React World, we're providing a way for people to make their own versions of our shows and do it
No,
with us.
don't
By
fucking put
licensing our
B
formats and
into it.
trademarks, everyone will know that you're doing this legally with our company's guidance.
We are so motivated for this. To know that our formats can inspire millions of people and opening that up for
Can you imagine this not being stopped though? Like in what sense? Like if this somehow became successful and there was this weird like circle jerk of React content, you know, and like an echo chamber of insanity that just had people creating content and watching others people content. And it was this weird feeding frenzy of reacting to reacting and a never ending loop of awful. I could see it. If you laugh at home at a video, you have to pay them since you reacted to it. It reminds me of like the fucking Mountain Dew parody that was like what was it? What was this shit? It was like drink a verification can. What was that fucking ad for or that video for? You reacted to my comment. That's $5. I mean, but just add it to the fucking invoice that you send me. That was a green text. Somebody made that shit into a video, dude. Somebody did. But yeah, it was a green text. I remember that shit now. But yeah, the fucking dude, somebody find me that green text. Drink a verification can. Oh my god. Oh, that's so fucked. Anyways, I will no longer be chatting here for free. No, chat understands its worth now.
For all of you to have the chance to do the same is as exciting as anything we have ever done before. And we look forward to the time when we can look back to this moment, to this video with all...
God, it was so much sooner than they thought it was going to be.
of you, knowing that this was when we all stood together, changed the way things were done, and created this first of its kind global community.
So if you're interested in creating your own version of any of our React formats, which if you don't, then what is wrong with you? Click the link, get the information, and sign up today. We can't wait to work with so many of you and change the world together.
Man, they really just let this play out for like 15 seconds. They really wanted people to click on this fucking link. People stood together, all right, just against them. You know what's crazy though is even at the time, I don't remember there being like, sure, yes, there was React content. There was a lot of shit, even like, not quite in the format that's popular now, with like streamers going live to their communities and hanging out and consuming content together. But there was certainly a lot of people that were just putting their face up in front of a video and maybe sometimes saying something. And then releasing that as a video on YouTube. Yes, that was happening, but I don't remember there being a ton of people trying to make the React content that they were making their thing. I'm sure there were some, and like occasionally you would see another channel do something similar to that because it's a cool idea, right? You're you know, a movie channel, right? You review movies and you're like, oh shit, I'm gonna have you know, somebody that robbed banks come in and react to scenes from a bank heist movie, right? Like that's a good idea, but and there were certainly playlists on other channels of content like that, but I don't think that many people were going hard into specifically the type of content that the Fine Brothers were making at this time. So it was really weird that they were on top and that they did this, I guess. There was the titties that made a response video to every blue something or other video. There was that. I think their React content was always so boring. Yeah, but it was always supposed to be super PG and marketable and approachable. And I think a lot of it was really like marketed more towards kids, right? So it was supposed to be goofy and I don't know. I think it may have been boring to you because you weren't like the target kid, right? Because you think about how long ago this was, fucking 8 years ago. It just, yeah. Well, it made me think that like that content felt very like Facebook, like mom on Facebook would watch this or kids would watch this. This is 8 years ago. Yeah, like at least this is a re-upload that is 8 years old. Yeah. If you have a good idea, the content farms will take it and run it into the ground, right? But like if you just make a better product, like here's the thing, like a lot of those content farms, yes, they will get good views. And sometimes they do eclipse the people that came up with the format or are putting out good content. But I think a lot of people that like pioneered the style of content end up doing just fucking fine. Like you can't like it. You can't police that on fucking YouTube. That's just not possible. And like who really like nobody actually wants that. Like it's just not the same thing. Like sure, if you take their fucking logo, if you take their slogans, if you take their exact format and imitate it exactly, that is fucked up, obviously. But like if you're just like, damn, that's a good idea, that would be fun if I did that. And I think I have something to offer with that content, like in this format. I don't see anything wrong with that. Like, how do you feel about that, Red? As someone that works in a similar space and is very aware of licensing and copyright and all that shit. Like, people like what's the saying? Like, imitation is the most sincere form of flattery. I think it is. Fucking brain is mush. I apologize. Lawyers would like the lawyers would like them until they ran out of money for chasing blood from a stone. Yeah. Yeah. As if you can beat market saturation. Yeah, but that's true with any online space. Like that is the eternal struggle of an online content creator, is that there will always be market saturation. Like if you, and I know that's the point that you're making. I know I'm preaching the choir, Bambi. I'm not trying to jump down your throat. I promise. But like, if you have a good idea, like you have a very brief, like if you have a good idea that somehow people are not capitalizing on, first, there's probably 100 fucking people that have already tried that and they just didn't happen to pop off. But like, second, when you do pop off, you have a very limited amount of time before people do take notice and try to like incorporate that into the content that they are making. And that is just how it works. Yeah, for me, of course, it's a fine line, but if I didn't take inspiration from things, I'd get nothing done. Yeah. That is, and yeah, that's a good point about the lawyers, McLennan. Okay, so they released this, and it was not long after, like, I want to say it was a couple days, similar amount of time to this Watcher situation. They had to release this.
Hey everybody, this video is us wanting to explain some things about React World, the confusion and negative response over what this all is.
And I think that this one was actually such a bad apology that they pretty much immediately had to take it down and then abandon the project. I think, if I remember, it's been a long fucking time. I don't think they were throwing in the towel whenever if I'm remembering correctly, they were not throwing in the towel with this video. Trash, welcome in. welcome.
Has been so overwhelming.
Dude, okay, hold up.
Hey everybody, this video is us wanting to explain some things about React World, the confusion and
the confusion, like acting, like putting the blame on the people watching, and then this fucking eye roll. I remember watching this and just like wanting to scream within the first 10 seconds of this video starting.
Negative response over what this all is has been so overwhelming. And what we've realized is that we completely screwed up with how we originally talked about this.
First and foremost, we're sorry for confusing people by using terminology like our.
Dude, I forgot how bad this was. I forgot how bad this was, dude. I forgot how bad this was. I thought I wasn't going to get this fucking heated. Now, I'm not going to rewind it. I'm not going to rewind that part, but
our React format. We were never trying to say that every video or someone reacts to something else is something we would try to control.
That's right.
When we reference licensing
Raise
the
your
React
voice.
format, we only meant our specific series, not the overall
Put emphasis
genre
on
of
that.
reaction videos. We do not own the genre.
And we're creators at heart.
Treat me like I'm a fucking idiot. Do it.
Know how passionate we are about trying to help creators, and React World is meant to be an extension of that, with us simply providing resources and tools to anyone who wants to go down this path of creating one of our series with direct support from us.
So there's no way to go into all of the questions that people have about this, but we're going to answer some of the biggest ones that we've seen.
Okay, so first is what exactly constitutes any of your series formats? And the simple answer is watch any of our series that is part of the React World license.
Yeah, idiot.
That is the exact format. It's not one or two elements, it's all of the elements of the show.
What a stupid fucking question to ask us.
We've been trying to find an analogy to explain this better, and we know that this isn't the best, but if you wanted to start a fast food restaurant, you can start one on your own and possibly find huge success. But if you love Burger King and want to be part of that organization, if you join, you'd be able to get access to things like menu items and recipes and specific logos and promotional support. And these are two totally different routes. Same kind of thing here with React World. You can join and get all these assets and support, or you can make your own reaction videos completely without us. It's up to you.
Okay, so another question is, have you applied for any trademarks?
You stupid idiots, you don't get it. I am a creator, a content creator. Subscribe to me, like and comment, you dumb sheep. Now, you should PayPal me your money now.
PayPal me your money fucking now, you idiots, so you understand? If you PayPal me your money now, I'll explain to you fucking what being a franchisee of Burger King means. Idiots. Don't die. I'll try. Fucking. Oh, okay. you say that the body language is more sensible here. And while to a certain point, I agree, but it's also way more aggressive. It's way like, I feel as if this body language is in fact more genuine, but it is actually just as shitty. In fact, it's different in it's a different kind of shitty, right? Because these two really fucking think that everyone criticizing this is a fucking idiot, and they cannot understand how they're being criticized. That is a genuine emotion that you are getting from them, and they are very animated about it. This is genuine, but it's so angry. Yes. Yeah, exactly. I'd say this segment is funny enough that you should make a YouTube video about how a YouTube video of it, but then you have to license it to them. I am so confident that if we watched a couple of the prominent React channels, like content from this time period, that you would see that joke made. I am so confident in that. It's not good, but I can tell what they're trying to communicate. That is fair.
We have trademarks just like other companies that use trademarks to protect their properties. So for example, we have a YouTube channel, youtube.com/react. So we're trying to protect it and not run the risk of losing our channel name thanks to someone else getting the trademark. But
maybe you shouldn't fucking have named your channel something like React. Because it's I don't need to explain this to you, dude. It's React.
just because we have or might get trademarks doesn't mean we're going to run around and start taking down videos.
God damn, this is so condescending.
And the last thing we're going to talk about is if there has ever been a situation where we had to take down someone's video. Yes, and look, when you create series and products, sometimes there is specific situations.
Oh yeah, all right, hold up. I know, hold up. I know I just said that just because, you know, in the future, if we got the trademark, you know, we wouldn't just run around and take down people's content. That would be crazy. But also, we've already done that.
Situations where your content is being infringed, like if someone freeboots a video on Facebook, or in very rare cases, if someone produces a beat-by-beat version of your exact series, which has happened to us.
Oh, yeah, it really was.
One and all of these, it's very, very complex. And we also know that there's so many more questions that you guys have, and we want to do our best to answer as many of them as possible. So we've set up an email that we will be personally checking if you want more clarification. So please write us at askthefinders@gmail.com.
For our viewers who are not really part of this conversation and just here to watch our videos, thanks for sticking with us through this. And for everyone else, we want to continue the conversation, but either way, we just wanted to thank everyone for hearing us out.
Hold on.
Thanks for sticking with us.
Okay, there we go. This is unbearable. Yeah, it was pretty bad. God, dude, I'd forgotten about that. Yeah, so they made the initial statement, and then they made this apology, which was like, you fucking idiots. You don't understand what we're trying to do here. And I think there's another one. Hold up. Was there... Fine Bros apology. That's those two combined. I want to say that they released another video. They released another video that actually was like, you know what, we fucked up, we're wrong. Wait, we can, you know, fuck it. It's only 10 minutes long. We'll watch the Sunny video about it. If it's too heavy on clips, which I don't think it will be, then we'll just fast forward to what I'm trying to find. I think it'll be at the end. However, I think this will have some information that will let us enjoy their suffering. And it's from a year ago, so I'm curious where they're at now. Check out the new video, chat. Check out the new video. And yes, trademark absolutely requires you to enforce it. So they would have been obligated if they wanted to keep, maybe obligated is not even the right word, but if they wanted to keep that trademark, as I understand it, which I'm just to be on the internet, I'm not a fucking lawyer. If they wanted to keep that trademark, it does not matter. They have to go after every instance of infringement upon that trademark. So if you tried to make your channel like, you know, Jimmy Reacts or something, fuck you. If you probably tried to title your videos like, you know, Jimmy Reacts 2, fuck you. Probably a lot of situations where they would have had to have come after you. So
went wrong. The peak of their colossal sized failure would eventually occur in mid-2000. The Fine Bros went from gaining 150 million views per month in mid-2019 to around...
Damn, that was 2019? Is that timeline? No. Okay, so this is after all that. This is after all that. Hey, Jimmy, stuck on the cease and desist, right?
On 10 million views per month recently, representing a decline of over 90% in only 36 months. What went wrong? The peak of their colossal sized failure would eventually occur in mid-2020. However, signs of impending doom first began in early 2016, when the Fine Bros attempted to trademark and copyright the entire reaction genre on YouTube. Well, kind of. I'm sure many of you remember the drama, right? It started with this video simply titled React World, in which the Fine Bros would frame an announcement in a way that sounded like, if you want to make any kind of reaction video for yourself on YouTube, the Fine Bros are now entitled to a cut of the revenue.
And all you people who are thinking about making reaction videos,
oh fuck, dude, I forgot this is whenever H3H3 used to actually make like content rather than just that weird podcast or whatever he does now. That's crazy to think about.
Anywhere in the world, well, by the way, we own you. In the terms, they own 50% of your brand deals, 60% of your rev share. You can't even post your video to Facebook, apparently, without their permission. That
Dude,
sounds like
crazy.
a great deal. Sign me up.
The Fine Bros would then go on to request that their audience not watch or support any other channel making reaction content.
And we implore everyone not to support those companies and channels.
Squirrely, thank you.
Be 1 heart.
Ah, thank you, Squirrely. Thank you for the 17 months. Holy shit, yeah. Yeah, this video is making me feel a certain way.
When you notice someone ripping someone's format off, don't stand for it.
However, when you
Don't
take
stand
a look
for
at
it,
the Fine
chat.
Bros' history, it's hard.
Be a fucking narc, chat.
Hardly surprising that they felt entitled to the genre. The pair had built what you might call a reaction empire, beginning with kids react to viral videos back in 2010. The series became popular because it took already successful viral content and added further insight into
Sue Shindigs? I'm afraid the motherfucker's gonna come after me. Let's be nice to Shindigs. let's thank Shindigs. Thank you, Shindigs, if this ever makes it back to you. Brady was kidding. That was a prank. Not serious. Thank you for all the cool shit that you share on your Twitter, by the way.
to it by having kids provide their own opinion. Yet, while this was an incredibly successful formula, going back to their React World drama in 2016, it would also be a point of criticism. They complained about
having their shows and formats blatantly stolen by companies and people, both online and on television.
Yet at the same time, they were blatantly ripping off these viral videos, then collecting the ad revenue by
Oh man, I forgot about the fucking, is that the Leave Britney Alone guy? Fuck, man. Jesus Christ. We should do a fucking deep dive on like much older internet culture, which I would have to script that. It would be way too dangerous to actually try to sift through that and find things live on stream, but maybe I could prepare some older stuff. It's just like, if you don't think about it for a long fucking time, you forget. And then you see this and like, I mean, a duck roll before fucking Rick rolling was a thing. Stuff like that. It just
all your base.
Jesus Christ, or belong to us.
Simply having kids react to them.
Oh, these are those guys who complain about licensing, even though they use people's videos.
That's so weird seeing H3. Wow, I'm gonna tell Fine Brothers you're gonna do React content. Oh shit.
Unlicensed.
Problem, officer.
Nope, no problem, officer. None whatsoever. Stop it, Bernie. I can't take all of this fucking nostalgia. Yeah, that did pretty good with that.
Can I have cheeseburger?
Oh shit.
After finding
They see me rolling, they hatin'.
Trying to catch me riding dirty. Chat.
success with Kids React back in 2010, the Fine Bros moved on to Teens React, YouTubers React, and eventually Elders React, at which point they'd find themselves in a brand new controversy. Despite acting as if they started and owned the reaction genre on YouTube, their audience would come to discover that Seniors React had already been done on a channel called Still Cosmo in April 2012.
Oh, I forgot about Cosmo!
The Fine Bros beginning Elders React in May 2000.
Old Godzilla was hoping around Tokyo City like a big playground.
I always need you, Whale. I always need you. Don't tell Whale I said that. I just realized what your message was, Kung Fu.
2012. What was even more infuriating was that despite Still Cosmo having started Seniors React first, the Fine Bros would take down every single one of Still Cosmo's videos claiming copyright infringement.
Gotta get to be pissed off all over again at this.
Fan base. As mentioned previously, I worked for the Fine Brothers. When they took down Seniors React, there was major backlash from the fans. They moved to censor any comment on all of their channels so people didn't know about it. This was par for the course for them, as they looked to control the conversation in regards to anything involving their properties. And goodbye the Fine Bros acting as if they own the genre, people began to dig up examples of Bill Cosby doing Kids React content on television dating all the way back to the 1990s. However,
no way, that's crazy. You mean people reacted to things before I reacted to things?
this seemed to have no effect on their perceived ownership of the genre, as they'd then gone to call out Ellen DeGeneres, stating that she had also stolen their apparent idea of making reaction videos. Wow, the Ellen Show just did a kids reacting to old technology. Didn't mention us, didn't do it with us. Not cool. Need you to go to their Facebook page and blast the Kids React links, even if they didn't realize even more important to tell them. Thanks for the help, here's the link to go leave comments, accompanied by another post their Twitter reading, ashamed to not have @EllenShow reach out to us,
Did he, Brady?
just fully taking it as their own. This happens too often. Whilst the Fine Bros clearly expected support from their audience, calling out Ellen only gave everyone another excuse to clown on them. At the Fine Bros, at the Ellen Show, welcome to German television late 90s to now. You did nothing revolutionary. At the Fine Bros, you don't own the concept. Anyone can do kids reacting, it's fun and enjoyable. At the Fine Bros, at the Ellen Show, Jimmy Kimmel has done react videos with kids too. Reactions cannot be patented, that's silly. This isn't new for them, they've always been extremely aggressive in taking down smaller channels on YouTube, even with remotely similar concepts. Their DMCA claims destroyed any momentum any of their competitors could have possibly built up. Then they do a good job burying any information about them ever having done it and denying doing so. The difference here is that Ellen is too big for them to bully and lay false DMCA claims against, so they had to try and use their audience to do the dirty work for them. They seem to think they're original when all of their success has come on the back of others. All of this should set a pretty good baseline for why in 2016 their attempt to trademark the word react was completely and utterly ludicrous. In doing so, they'd lose 500,000 subscribers over the course of a week, at which point the pair began to backpedal heavily. The Fine Brothers would release an official statement claiming that they would rescind.
We're here to apologize. We realize we built this system that could easily be used for wrong. We are fixing that. The reality that trademarks like these could possibly use to theoretically give companies, including ours, the power to police and control online video is a valid concern. And though we can assert our intentions are pure, there's no way to prove them. Right? It's almost like you had already proven that that is incorrect. He went against a lot of his friends. Dodger, Jesse Cox, deleted tons of his old content and basically tried to bury his StarCraft 2 past in a really dumb way just to support his girlfriend's YouTube career. Wow, that's not I miss that whole arc. I miss that whole arc, and that's goofy as fuck. That's so goofy. That's okay. I'm gonna have to follow up on that. Probably not on stream, but what the fuck? I mean, her channel was/is big, but it's so bad. Yeah, but that's just so weird, dude. That's so weird. I like nobody's worth like changing. I can understand people wanting to like maybe bury their past, but giving up your success on a platform for that just ain't the fucking move. I can't like. Sure, blanket statements are fucking dumb. Surely there are situations where that would be appropriate, but I don't know. It has to be a very, 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 very weird circumstance for that to be a good call. Did they even stay together? Are they still together?
All of their React trademarks and applications, discontinued the React World program, as well as released all of their past content ID claims, such as the takedown of Still
Married?
Cosmo Senior's
Oh.
React series.
Maybe it'll
the
work
pair
out
would
for
upload
them.
an apology video in which they stated that the goal was never
Sometimes
to
it
trademark the
doesn't.
entire React series on YouTube, and was rather to trademark their very specific reaction style.
We were never trying to say that every video where someone reacts to something else is something we would try to control. When we referenced licensing the React format, we only meant our specific series, not the overall genre of reaction videos. We do not own the genre.
However, while the goal of any apology is to mend one's reputation, some clear mistakes can be observed within the Fine Bros video, which would only contribute to their decline. Firstly, they failed to keep their cool, and instead responded to the audience with an angry, emotional temperament.
Just because we have or might get trademarks doesn't mean we're going to run around and start taking down videos.
Sounds like they're both holding back pure rage and hatred. I feel like I'm being lectured by my parents about how it was wrong to punch my teacher. LMFAO, how is this an apology? They were literally just yelling at us and acting like we're idiots. I forget how pissy they looked in this. If you're making an apology for doing something shitty,
I don't know. We
maybe
can
it's not
start
the
that
best
kung
idea
fu.
to
I
be
mean, fuck it.
visibly
This stream has
fuming
gone
at
off the
everyone for
rails,
having
so.
foiled your scheme. Now, it's understandable as to why the pair were a little volatile. They've lost 500,000 subscribers.
I wanted to follow up on these guys. I want to know where they're at now. It really reminded me. This situation really reminded me of them.
In a week, and had negative news article after negative news article, which is something that none of us have experienced, so maybe we're not even in a position to comment on this, but cooler heads always prevail. Their emotional response did nothing but display how much the drama had gotten to them, and when you combine this with their massive backpedal of apologizing and promising to throw out the React World program altogether, it displayed this kind of pathetic subservience to their fan base, or simply put, they made it obvious that they cared way too much, which would prove to be the ultimate detriment after the real drama began in mid-2020.
Living in the lizard people
Up
lair.
to this point in time, specifically the 4th of June 2020, the Fine Bros had chosen to involve themselves in the Black Lives Matter movement by uploading a video simply titled "This Is My Story," which contained an introductory message reading, "In support of hashtag Black Lives Matter and the social unrest in America surrounding the killing of George Floyd and countless injustices against people of color, we asked our reactors if they would be willing to share their own stories of being black in America. They did. They are a part of our FBE family, and we want to help amplify their voices. Thank you for listening, the FBE team, clearly aligning themselves and their entire brand as allies of the movement." Yet, opting into the game of politics turned out to be an incredibly dumb decision for the Fine Brothers.
Ooh. 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 Yeah. I guess I missed this chapter. I guess I missed this chapter of Fine Brothers Entertainment.
Because only a week after posting the video in support of Black Lives Matter, their audience would dig up a video from 2009 in which Benny Fine had done blackface. In light of this, other black... Creators from within the company came out stating that rather than being supported, they had actually faced racism while working for the Fine Brothers, one of which discussing their experience in a YouTube video.
So many former staff members and cast members have bravely spoken out and reached out to me privately about how they were mistreated during their time at the company as people of color and or women, and other people who have witnessed their mistreatment.
Articles would then be posted such as this one by Insider, which stated that within Fine Brothers Entertainment, Brooklyn Fenton, a former Reactor Tone employee, said she was told at times that having a reactor with lighter skin on the left of the thumbnail, where viewers would tend to see them first, appeals to the fans. 6 sources told Insider that they were sometimes told to put a person with a lighter skin tone on the left, and several other former employees said publicly on Twitter that this had happened to them. Insider conducted a review of 1,092 thumbnails that included faces of reactors. 31% of the thumbnails showed 2 white reactors, 0.3% showed 2 black reactors.
Well, that's some data collection right there. Don't let it fool you, chat. He mistreats. Dude, I can't read. First off, chat is running so fast, no one will notice that I love men. That's crazy, dude. Imagine loving men in 2024. Gross. Don't let bees fool you, chat. He mistreats me based on certain factors. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Just because I was there when, okay. You know what? I don't even know if I want to fucking tell the story right now. I feel like I'm in dangerous territory, but listen. Did somebody let Illuminati know there was a highlighter used? Oh, fuck, dude. I think she actually called it quits. I think you're punching down at this point, 488.
As a result of these allegations, the Fine Brothers would release a classic spineless loser apology stating, "Over the past decade, FB has tried to use our platform as a force for good, making videos to speak out against racism, sexism, homophobia, and bullying. But while we incorrectly thought that creating content at our company to help in the fight against many different kinds of discrimination was enough to make amends, it is clear to us that we should have done more."
It's almost like, okay, stay with me here, chat. It's almost like pandering after the fact when you've never given a shit is likely to not go well for you. I'll just, you know.
The trap that the Fine Brothers had fallen into was obvious, because it's one that so many other public figures seem to fall into. They thought that just because they had built a business and a following on YouTube, it was now their job or responsibility to enact some kind of historical social change in the world. Why can't you just be a good entertainer and leave it at that? They claimed in their apology that they should have done more in terms of talking about social issues, yet were blind to the reality that they actually talked about it too much. They should have never talked about any of these topics in the first place. Because reality check, you're a channel where people go to laugh at kids reacting to various videos on the internet, and you're not the Mother Teresa Foundation. The ways in which the Fine Brothers were mistreating their employees eventually went deeper after a TikToker named 1 Minute Talk Show would post a video interviewing 2 former members of Kids and Teens React, which stated the following.
Check the numbers, yo. Kids React, Teens React fell off. Fuck the Fine Bros.
Were you on Teens React too?
I'll pause it during the ad. Illuminati's most recent video was a month ago. Yeah, so I think she called it. That's I mean, like up until that point, it was probably like a video a week, right? Still, or maybe it was like a video every 2 weeks, but a month is a long time for Illuminati to not upload. I don't even think Illuminati stopped like during the peak of the controversy for more than a month. So that's pretty wild. That is pretty wild. But I mean, the views were falling off. If she was still taking the time to edit all that, I don't know. It probably just became clear that it was time to step away for a bit. I bet she comes back. You know, I bet. One, people are probably speculating that she's just somewhere else building up another channel, like writing for somebody or something, or shit, even using like AI or something to voice a channel but make similar content, because she clearly knows how to make successful content that way. But she probably just realized that it was time to take a break for a bit. 2 months ago, sports betting. I wonder if the quality dipped. I'm kind of tempted to watch that. First search result was something about a lawsuit. Yeah, there's still ongoing lawsuits between her and several of the other people.
Wait, can you come? We were just cringed and wouldn't let us speak our mind on a show about speaking our mind.
They were on our fucking dick and balls, bro. That shit sucked.
Phrasing, but all right.
We couldn't say nothing.
Let's say that you started to give an answer that was like your real opinion. They would just cut it out the video, honestly.
They wouldn't put it in, bro. They'd ask questions that were like pointing you towards the direction of a certain answer.
The pair would then go on to discuss one of the most iconic reactors of Kids and Teens React, Leah Marie Johnson.
Well, I had such a huge crush on the blonde one. You know who I'm talking about.
Marie Johnson? She's like in her head stage right now.
Is she really?
Yeah.
The iceberg goes deep.
Because like she'll just randomly go live.
they got
and,
the
like,
fuck-
she's
they
in,
got
like,
the
a
fucking
house,
tea.
and it's kind of fire, bro.
Referencing her being seen high in countless different...
It's kind of fucking fire, bro. He's so real for that.
Instagram live streams. Leah Marie Johnson, in addition to these guys who appeared to be attending college, showed that reacting for the Fine Brothers didn't exactly lead to Hollywood stardom in the way that they might have expected. It's hardly surprising either. It's not like they were learning any skills by reacting to videos for the Fine Brothers, which left them with famous faces and nothing else. As a result of all the controversy over a 6-month time period, the Fine Bros went from an average of around 100 million views per month to only 30 million per month before announcing that 17 staff members had been laid off. The Fine Bros would then rebrand themselves from Fine Brothers Entertainment to React, yet this failed to stop their decline in viewership as it tumbled further to around 10 million per month. Competition had simply become too strong in the reaction genre. Every popular streamer was uploading their own reaction content to YouTube, whilst the former CEO of React Media would leave the Fine Brothers to work for Mr. Beast, who now makes infinitely better reaction content than the Fine Brothers ever
Not
could.
Mr.
In
Breast.
late 2021, the Fine Brothers sold the company to Electric Monster for an undisclosed price, citing that they planned on stepping away to finally spend some quality time with our family, and the two have been silent on all social media since selling the channel.
God, they should have sold sooner. They should have sold sooner. It's man, it's hard to imagine not taking money. Like if you made a successful brand online, like obviously you want to make what you're worth, right? But especially like during a time when, like before tech kind of collapsed or whatever, somebody walking up and being like, yes, I would like to give you way too much fucking money for your brand. It's really hard to imagine being like, no, I will not take your money. You literally just like if you have you made the brand, right? You have the following. I'm sure there's a no compete for a certain amount of time. Like if you really want to get back into it after you get your giant fucking pile of money, just wait for that to be up or establish a presence on a different, like something that doesn't interfere with that. So basically lying in wait for whenever you're not bound by that anymore and just do it all over again. Selling partial interest is often the smartest strategy. Yeah, I could see that. Definitely see that being the thing to do. That's so I didn't know that they had cashed out and just pieced out, but yeah. I wonder like is like that channel is still a thing, right? React. Yeah, it is. 20 million. It is. Yeah. 6 hours ago they just put out a video. Holy. 2 days, 4 days, 9 days, 11 days. Oof, man. 100K, 91K, 126, 86, 106, 96. I mean, it's still, it's 100, 250,000 views. That's stacking up views. That's wild. The rebrand worked. Hey. Looks like a sub channel. I mean, maybe community or do they have like a videos home? Can these React Media? I don't really want to click on that link. Pretty respectable still. Oh, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, I want to peek at this video. If it's interesting, then maybe we'll just jump into it, but...
Idiots, welcome back to Observe. In today's video, we're going to be analyzing the nonverbal communication of a few people, all centered around the channel Watcher. There's some
Really?
some
I
stuff
didn't even
going on
notice
around
Kung
that.
Fu.
More on that in just a second. Let's go ahead and roll the intro first. Okay, like I mentioned, the channel...
This is a phenomenal idea for a channel, by the way. I don't think I've ever watched any content that's like I think I've watched commentary on body language and stuff like that, but I don't think I've ever come across a channel that is strictly I do body language analysis on content. I mean, it seems like that's the deal here, right? Like that's what they do. Body language analysis. Yeah, it's like that's their whole thing here. God, dude, that's actually fucking brilliant because you can just literally do analysis on anything. Any fucking content. You can just, yeah, I'm just doing body language analysis. Coming through. Don't mind me. It's transformative.
Watcher, for those of you who do not know, is a channel that does a number of different series of videos, not the least of which is their Supernatural Ghost Files video series, which I have featured here on the channel a couple of times. Ergo, doing this analysis here, it feels applicable. Now, Watcher has decided to leave their YouTube platform where they started, where they had all of their funding come from and all of their support, and move over to an individual paid-to-watch streaming platform. This is the video that they made in regards to that. I think that's enough of the backstory.
Yeah,
we'll talk
fire,
about
yeah.
this as they continue to talk about it themselves. Let's go ahead and dive into the video.
Alrighty.
Oh, I forgot.
As sad as it is to say goodbye to YouTube, it's the right thing to do.
If this is my life... Gonna go ahead and pause here. So something that you will obviously notice is that I went through and I removed all of the background music that goes to this video. Now, this video that they released is very produced. It's something that has a lot of their very polished editing, and I tried to...
Interesting. So does he remove it as to not be influenced by that? I'm fascinated to see it without all of that production. Like with all of that removed, it's going to be like watching a sitcom with a laugh track off, I feel like. But from this dude's perspective, that's interesting. You remove all of that noise and just look at their speech and their body language, and that's cool. I like that. I like that a lot. His shirt is an explosion of grandma's brocade couch. Brocade. How do you pronounce that? I've seen the word. I just can't remember how you pronounce it.
To strip a bit of that back so we can hear and focus on their words and their nonverbal communication a little bit more, because the editing itself does push us in a specific emotional direction, and I don't want to have that be an influence on this video. So I've taken all of that out, and we're going to be able to make note of what they say and do nonverbally without the distraction.
Oh, brocade. Just kidding.
Without as much distraction in regards
brocade.
to music and
Gotcha.
editing. So we're already seeing that they're kind of setting it up to be this more sit-down, casual style, which we have seen many times in various apology videos. Oftentimes in apology videos, this is done as a manipulation point to seem more down to earth. They're doing that here as well. It's not something that's a manipulation point as much, since it's just considered an update video, but there is a lot to this. We'll see more sets, we'll see more settings, we'll see more verbiage. Let's just go ahead and continue watching.
This is my last time on YouTube, then baby, what a life I've lived here on this
It's not an arcade for bros.
I grew up on YouTube. All of my heroes were on YouTube. I learned how to be human on YouTube. Taking a step away from it, it's just tough because I've always really loved and cared about the YouTube community, so it's hard to leave.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and pause here. So we're hearing this pregnant...
It's the raised oh Jesus Christ. Raised patterns on fabric. There we go.
pause, which is supposed to help us feel the emotional weight of what's being said. The words are being measured, everything along those lines. And then what we're hearing is that he's having difficulty with this decision. But what we're not seeing non-verbally is any form of emotional synchronization with that. It's still a fairly collected, presentable expression that he has. There's not any form of emotional seepage from that. So we're having difficulty understanding whether or not that this is actually a difficult decision. And what many people are curious about is this something that they're really having difficulty with in this transition period, or is it something that they're just trying to say we're having difficulty with this?
That's why it feels
to
so
smooth over
insincere,
the
I guess.
transition period.
Seepage.
This is going to be a difficult video for me to make because I happen to be a fan of Shane and Ryan's video series.
Oh,
on
no.
Watcher. So seeing them make this sort of decision, it's hard. We'll unpack it. Let's just keep watching.
He's got his own
first
seepage.
YouTube video that I ever made was in 2012. It's so embarrassing, but I think it really encapsulates early YouTube, which is this like unfettered joy of just making and creating something that was in your head and sharing it with the world.
I just remember from like a young age, it was a way for me to feel like I had a purpose, or it was a way for me to find self-esteem. I guess when I'm making things, it's when I feel the most alive. And I think that's carried over into my adult life. And in a lot of ways, sometimes I look back and it feels like I haven't really even grown up. And I'm sure if you ask people about that, they probably would agree with me that I have not grown up.
I went to Northern Illinois University for 2 years because it felt very selfish and weird to want to go into film. And I was like, I gotta do something responsible. I can't just do something that is fun. And then after 2 years of that, I was like, I'm really sad and I really don't. I was like, I guess it's worth maybe pursuing my, creative ambitions. So then I went to Columbia College in Chicago and studied editing. But even before that, when I was at Northern, I was still making a bunch of dumb little videos. Plenty of dumb little videos.
Myself, Shane, Steven,
I'm going to go ahead and pause here. So something that we can just kind of make note of verbally throughout this is this initial part is a very overt attempt to be able to relate to the audience, especially with this mindset that even Shane presents here of he's influenced to go to a college because that's what you should do, but then he decided not to and did his YouTube channel instead. And that's a very common theme within YouTubers themselves, and therefore a lot of viewers can relate to that feeling and that experience of being told to do a specific thing but wanting to fulfill your dreams, more or less. So Shane's doing that. They're all backing up on that. That's a little bit of a manipulation point here. We're able to see that they're wanting us to emotionally engage with their storyline to be able to then...
I don't know if I would call it a little bit of a manipulation point. Literally, he's the expert. He's the expert. I'm just a fucking BA on the internet, but I think it's pretty clearly a manipulation point.
Follow their next steps here of their journey, and while that would be conceptually okay, that would be something that many people would be okay getting on board with, as being like, yeah, I support this. The issue is the transition, the way it's carried out, is very alienating for the audience themselves, and it has some very overt logical flaws with what they've presented to the generality of the internet as to their reasonings for this, as opposed to the reality of what working on YouTube really functions as. So as we continue through this, we'll talk about that and some of the insider sides of that perhaps the viewers might not be aware of, that it seems as though Watcher is relying on that inexperience from the viewer. And so we'll kind of cover that as that goes on through this video. Right now, we're going to go through and kind of hear the history of these three as their experience on YouTube grew and flourished into where it is today. Let's just watch. You'll see what I mean.
Steven, we all came from BuzzFeed. It was
welcome
kind of
back.
like
Good
the
to see you.
formative years of our creative process.
I didn't really know how to make a video. I didn't know virality. I didn't understand the internet that well. So BuzzFeed for me was like college.
I had a great...
I don't know. That was one of the most interesting things to me as someone who had no prior knowledge of this channel. But then to come to discover that they had the Patreon and that they were diversifying their revenue streams. Like I feel like there was omission of very important things as to not draw attention to them, because it wouldn't help their case in this video. I don't know if that's where he's going with this what he just said, but that's part of the thing. That's one of the things that ended up feeling so scummy about the situation in general, was like the whole Patreon aspect, where like they already had the service set up to get money from people off of YouTube. I don't know. It just as a big fan of the Ghoul Boys, this whole thing is so disappointing. Did you see the update yet? Did you see the backpedal? Yeah, there were several people that were very into their content, and like, no, I haven't. So they did backpedal a bit, and they are going to be posting all of their content a month after it goes live on their platform. So I did not think highly of the apology / backpedal video that they released, but they did at least backpedal. And if you're a fan of the content, I feel like that, like, at least that is a good thing to come out of this situation. I still don't feel like they're going about this the wrong way, and the optics are terrible. Like, it's disappointing in general. I feel like it is very it's taking advantage of their fan base, in my opinion, the way that they're going about it. But you're not going to see them disappear off of YouTube. Still sad to see. Yeah.
Great time there. I was never very good at sort of chasing like viral stuff. Stuff that I did find success with was stuff that I was very passionate about. And that was kind of hit or miss, you know?
Yeah, we were working crazy hours trying to get the next cool hit video out, trying to make the next big thing. And that was the culture there. It was fun, but also intense.
Steven and myself.
Gonna go ahead and pause here. So it's very rare for anybody to exist today that haven't heard of BuzzFeed on some level. Even if you're not aware that you've heard of them, you've likely taken a quiz by them or something along those lines. BuzzFeed is a very established internet name.
Like, that is a fair
these three
statement.
came from that. And what I find fascinating is that Shane, in this part, verbally says that he found success in the things that he was passionate about, which is a very common situation on YouTube, is that people who chase trends will oftentimes only be as successful as that trend is. And trends on the internet fly by at 1,000,000 miles an hour. It's very difficult to keep up with trends on the internet. And what usually will make a sustainable, long-lasting, consistent YouTube channel is the passion of the creator behind it, which Shane touches on. He says, the things that I found success in were the things that I liked to do, that I was passionate for. And that's the beauty of YouTube, is that people, the viewers, will be able to watch a person behind a camera and see what they are passionate about.
Big
and
agree.
oftentimes that passion will draw in other people who even have a light fascination with it. Or if they don't, they'll be like, this person's so passionate about it that I want to see what they're doing. And it's the person and it's the passion and the compassion around the content that is the draw.
That is one of like the main reasons that channels like Matt's Off-Road Recovery, which is literally just started as a dude recording him recovering stuck vehicles in the Utah desert. Or Steve from Camping with Steve. Never thought that I would watch a 40-minute long video about a dude camping in negative 30-degree weather in the back of a U-Haul van in an airport parking lot. But the dude is just so fucking psyched about it that, like, I can't help but also be along for the ride. And I would assume that a lot of their content, like they had to be, they got 3 million subscribers in only a few years. Very clearly, they had a passion for the content that they were creating. So he was so happy about his JDM motorhome. Yeah. Like watching people do what they like. Yep. Sometimes people just make their passions so infectious. I love it so much. That's why I watch like way more YouTube and Twitch than I do like even incredibly popular TV shows. I don't know. It just is way more satisfying to me.
And that's such a beautiful aspect of YouTube, regardless of how oversaturated certain avenues are and the politics that get into YouTube and the algorithm that goes into that. What really boils down to it at its very core is that a person gets to make what they want to make, and that passion spreads to their community, and that garners more attention. And that's phenomenal, and that's a fairly unique business model to YouTube because of that very intimate and real-time connection with creator to audience. That doesn't exist anywhere else, and the least of all, it does not exist in television. Television is extremely detached from their audience because there is no real-time commentary to it. And so that's something that they will harp on through this video, is that they're doing this for their audience, but what they've done in this inevitably is severed their communication with their lifeline, who is their audience. They have removed the ability to interact in the comments section. They have disqualified the ability to go to their memberships or Patreon because they're not lucrative enough. And so they've
That's so crazy. That's crazy to me.
Up their audience,
I'm finding their
but
Patreon.
they've, in essence, muted their audience as well. So we're going to see a lot of these contrasting ideologies kind of emerge throughout this video that a lot of people are having a lot of difficulty with. Now, what a lot of people are curious on, is this a full team effort? Is this something to where perhaps some are pushing more for this shift than others? And perhaps we'll be able to see some of that come through non-verbally. It's going to be...
What did we say? 13 or 11,000 members earlier? Because their Patreon has 13,504 members. Now, I do know that there are some creators where you can't even join for free. But looking at their Patreon, you can join for free. So I am assuming that a pretty large portion of this 13,504 are free. So I don't know. I wish that they actually would show what they were getting paid off of Patreon per month. But their tiers are $5, $10, $25, and $100 a month. So, you know, I'm sure with 13,000 members, plenty of them were paying. 100? Yes. Yeah. Yup. Yup. No. Okay. So that's, to me, is, it is something that I both think is fine, but also can be a very dark side of Patreon and content creation whenever you open up tiers of subscription that are so outrageously expensive. I've seen like $2,500 a month tiers on this shit. Like, it's insane. So on the one hand, I'm like, yeah, hell yeah. If somebody wants to support you on that level, you know, get that money. But I do feel as if there should be a very, very good incentive for that kind of support, which there's no policing of that on Patreon. There's nobody making sure that the creator actually holds up their end of the deal. You know, maybe you can do a chargeback, maybe you can argue your case to Patreon, but I don't really think that you have a lot of luck doing that. How much for your monthly Footspag tier? $499. It's a bargain, actually. So, but we would need at least 5 people subscribed to the Footspag tier in order to launch the Footspag tier. But you know, you all pile in at $499. I feel like it is a reasonable amount, and you will get a Polaroid of said Footspag on a monthly basis. Okay, different setup every month. so 4 people, so 2 for a foot. Yeah, sure, that'll work. I don't know. I don't know, but tiers that expensive smell like, well, explain what you mean by that, Viking. I'm not sure I quite understand. The I have more money than sense tier. Absolutely. Yeah. But I mean, some people, like, it's all relative, right? Like, some people just have too much fucking money. It will never matter to them. Some people are horrible with money, and it should matter to them. But they're going to spend that money fucking somewhere. So, like, where is that moral gray area? Like, what is it? What is that? Where do you draw that line in the sand? Supported content is well and good, but whale hunting is kind of fucked. Yeah, and I would tend to agree with that. I really would. Like, it really starts to feel gross pretty quick. Having a $100 tier and then pulling this shit is insane though. 1,000,000%. Especially whenever you act like that $100 tier doesn't exist in that moment. Like, woe is me. I'm beholden to the advertisers on YouTube. I'm not receiving enough support on YouTube, so I've got to launch my own platform. Meanwhile, all those people paying $100 a month are like, And there was no framework in place for those people to get a pass on the Watcher platform. So when this first launched, all those people that were paying $100 a month were just like, I guess it's $106 a month then, huh? Which is just wild.
Difficult to nail down an exact black or white answer, but we should be able to get a little bit more of
money gotten through less than legal means getting in the pockets more legally. Oh, yeah, money laundering. Yeah. Money laundering. I've understood whitewashing to mean something other than that, but yeah, that it could be. There could be some of that, but I don't know. I don't think it's, in a lot of cases, I don't even think it's that nefarious. I think it literally is just people that are throwing money at this. Do we know that there's anyone paying $100 a month though? Just based on my time spent in other communities or around other content creators, people with fuckload less than 3 million subscribers on YouTube had people paying more than $100 a month on their Patreons. And this is not like a e-girl or something like that. An example is a mountain bike content creator that I used to religiously watch this dude's videos. This guy looks like fucking skinny Bigfoot. Yeah, there will be people that are going to simp for this guy, for sure. I'm sure that there were people that were donating and a part of that tier that were like there because, so you're saying there's a chance. But the majority of the people that were active in the higher tiers of this dude's Patreon channel were just orbiters, or they were they had careers. There were like a lot of people that had careers and I guess just wanted to throw money at a creator that they really enjoyed. Because I don't think that they were trying to sleep with the guy, and I don't think that they were trying to like start up their own thing. They were just like, fuck yeah, mountain biking content. And that dude's top tier was, I want to say it was like $200 something. There be wheels on the horizon. Yeah. Friend dropped $500 on a VTuber within like 3 months. Of course, there are people that spend too much money on creators. Yeah. And I've dropped like pretty substantial amounts on VTubers that I've wanted to see succeed. And like, I'm by no means exorbitantly wealthy or anything. So like, I'm not saying that I'm over here hurting. Clearly, like I'm paying an editor. I work a full-time job that's not streaming. Like I think I'm in a more like advantageous spot than a lot of people that are trying to make content creation work for themselves. But like, it's just, 500 subs is a fuckload of subs, and people will just show up and drop that like their second time on a stream. It's crazy. It's their first time on a stream. There was a dude that went into, I messaged you about it, Brainy, like the other week. The dude that went in and just dropped like 250 subs on Moon's channel. That was his like second, like no joke, second time in her channel, you know? Let's see. I wanted to look up that creator. I'm gonna look him up, the mountain biking creator, while I let this play a little bit. As long as your ill-gotten gains are filed with the IRS, it's all is good. Even the Joker is scared of them. Yep. Azzy, welcome.
A direction and
Congratulations.
That, along with some
I
of
hope
the
that
behind the
your
scenes
BF
as to
says
what they're
yes.
saying and the reality of it. So let's just watch.
Self made something called Worth It and Unsolved, respectively.
That was when I went from like, oh, this is that Asian kid in the BuzzFeed video, to like, oh, that's Stephen Lim. That's like the guy who hosts Worth It.
Luckily, I was, roped
Fuck was
into
that guy's
Unsolved
name?
and was able to be in that.
There was a fire in all.
All right, gonna go ahead and pause here. So many people on the Watcher series are there for Shane and Ryan and their dynamic. They do the ghost files, they do the unsolved, and they have a pretty good on-camera dynamic. Steven is the person that many people are curious about if he's pushing this shift rather than Shane and Ryan. And so I'll be paying attention to their nonverbal communication throughout this to be able to see, are there any areas of possible desynchronization, specifically in Shane and Ryan's display of things, that might indicate some of this animosity that people are curious if it exists within their dynamic, or perhaps all three of them are really pushing for this rather nonsensical shift. Let's continue on through this. We'll gather as much information as we can.
Here it is.
And talk about it as we can.
Fire in all three of us. We had something to prove. We had a passion for making content and making it to a certain level of quality that would perhaps punch above its weight. And so we figured, okay, if we could make something for BuzzFeed that's like that, why couldn't we not bet on ourselves and then perhaps do the same thing at our own little shop? When the three of us huddled together around my little kitchen table in my apartment, we kind of wrote down the mission statement of just, we want to make a studio or a platform where we could make unscripted television caliber content on the internet. And to that point, nobody had quite done that. Full-blown developed shows had not been kind of a thing on YouTube to that point. Especially when we first started Unsolved and Worth It, and we wanted to continue that trend.
Oh, interesting.
Over here at Watcher.
I think the philosophy.
I'm gonna go ahead and pause here. That in and of itself that's an iffy statement. Just in and of itself. There was YouTube Red, there was YouTube Premium, there was this series of.
Yeah, I took issue with that statement as well.
As they created television quality shows for YouTube, so the fact that they're trying to say, this wasn't really heard of.
As I'll answer you in
that
just a
in and
second.
of itself isn't necessarily fully true. And then they're also still they'll use this regularly throughout the video of being like, we wanted to create this
Yeah, this
quality
really
product
bothered me too.
for the viewers, and that's one of our limiting factors, which is
trying to throw this
it's
all back
just
on the
simply
viewer.
not true. Even this channel in and of itself, I have that same drive. I want to be able to make a YouTube channel, a video series, something that could be aired on streaming platforms, something like that. That's my goal.
And Azzy, like, just in case you got to run or anything, you still get asked about like fairly often on this channel. It's kind of wild. Like, I love it. But when you disappear for a bit, I always love it whenever you come and check back in. I hope things have been going really well for you. I mean, clearly they are if you're proposing. But you've left your eggy mark on this channel. I don't think that'll ever fade. I've been doing great. Been a minute since you last checked in. Been just living life. I'm just coughing more than I used to, but finding ways to make it work. And I'm really enjoying streaming. Things have been great. So really appreciate you peeking back in here.
But it's not something that I'm being required by you guys. You aren't watching this being like, man, I just need you to really get more lights. I need you to get a better camera. Even when Felix, PewDiePie, had his whole fiasco of people hammering on him to get a different camera, it's because he was using a very old webcam. Nobody was like, you know what, Felix, we need you to switch everything that you're doing and make it into television quality. That's what we want from you. Nobody wanted that. They just wanted to see his face clearly. And that mindset of the viewers just wanting to be able to see the people that they're there for is pervasive throughout YouTube. I have never seen a YouTube comment system that wanted the creator to create.
Hi, Nerdy. Hi. I'll take this opportunity to. I'll never live my ass eggs down. You will not. You will not. And for anybody that doesn't know about the ass eggs, sorry. I hope that's going well for you. I really do. That's awesome. Should we know? No, probably not. Probably not. Maybe if another chatter wants to handle the story. PewDiePie was getting better camera. PewDiePie was getting a better camera was like a face reveal. That's how low quality it was. Yes. Yeah, that's fair. Is it cursed knowledge? Where's the mind bleach? Never forget. It wasn't even that bad. It wasn't even that bad. When I join a stream and Bees says, I'm going to take this opportunity, I know I'm getting banned. Never. Okay, so this was the, real quick before we dive back into this video, this was the content creator that I was talking about, and it looks like he's actually reduced like the tiers that you can use. Yeah, there's not additional tiers. There's literally just, hey, you know, cool, want to join the Patreon, it's $5 a month. Obviously you can join for free as well. But I know back at the time, and he's still posting content on here. Back at the time, he had a bunch of different tiers. He did. And one of them was like over $100 a month. I want to say it was $250, but it may not have quite been $250. I know it was over $100. It's been a long time at this point. And he has 836 members on here. And he has 600,000 YouTube subscribers. So it looks like his content, it's still doing okay. It's not pulling the numbers that it used to, but looks like he's still on that grind and it's still working well for him. But here's his YouTube show.
Oh shit. Dude, you got your first bike? You should totally...
Yeah, 214,000. Let's see videos. It's latest 21, 40, 39, 22, 30, 49, 70, 69 actually. Nice. 90. They're all over the place. They're anywhere from like 30K to 250K. And I feel like for a mountain bike creator, he's very clearly still able to travel, support himself, and make content that he's passionate about. But he whenever he was pulling numbers like these older videos that were getting, oh fuck, let's see. I know he has several videos that were getting like millions of views. I mean, fuck, it looks like this is pretty consistent for back then. Moab, 126K. Anyways, no real reason to like super dive in hard on him. But if a creator this size was getting people to subscribe for $100 a month, I guarantee you there are quite a few people for Watcher that were as well. To be Charlie from Another Dimension. Yeah. Yeah. Bike Jesus. Yeah. Bike Jesus. The man who keeps buying 10K bikes from Canyon Warehouse every month, clearly. Yeah, this is the man that figured out how to get 10K bikes gifted to him for content.
A television series for them. If anything, they wanted more of the creator, not of the editing. The editing from the creator side, from my side, for instance, I do all of my extra editing, all of the extra lighting, all of the extra graphics, because I enjoy it, and it just kind of gets to be a little bit of icing on top of the cake for you. If you're watching it, you get to see a little bit more cohesive of a video visually, but that's a gift. That's not why you subscribed here, and that's not why people subscribed to Watcher. It wasn't because their editing was stellar. It's because they liked the people that were involved.
And that's why, I'm gonna be honest, like that's why I don't hire the least expensive editor that I can possibly find that is not involved with this channel at all. Like it's not because I really expect that to, like I don't expect like thanks for that, I guess. Like people being like, oh my God, this is a great thing that you've done. Unlike on OMGB's channel where viewers watch for the editing instead of the guy on screen. Wow. Way to fucking twist something that I'm talking about. Make the point before I'm even able to. And you fucking word. Okay. All right. I see.
I watch for the TTS.
You can see the passion. You can. Yeah, you can see the passion in the result. I feel like that's worth it. I feel like that's absolutely worth it. But that's not something I'm never like, good night, McLennan, rest well. At least I don't feel like I do this. I'm never like, okay, guys, I'm paying. Thanks, Red. I'm paying for Brainy to edit my videos, so I'm really gonna need you guys to make sure that you're subscribed on Twitch. I'm gonna really need you to donate so that I can make this happen. I mean, people should. I mean, I appreciate people's support, but I'm not gonna act like it's like I have to, you know. Like, I hope that people enjoy being here and want to support the content, but like, I'm just happy that people are here enjoying the content. So.
And so we'll see Watcher really hard, heavily
fucking let the people talk, Brainy.
As part of the reason that they need to make the shift. And even if that were the case, even if they were like, no, we just need that production quality.
Warforged, Brawlhalla, Fortnite.
Their reasoning for that
nice.
was they needed more money to get that production quality, and that's simply not the case, especially with how fast technology itself is advancing.
I'm not.
There's so much that an individual creator can produce due to the existence of technology in various forms. If you need a secondary camera angle, you don't need a secondary cameraman. You need a tripod, and you can add stuff in editing. Or if
you're
subbed
anyways, nerdy.
About having a mobile secondary camera angle, you get an automated slider. All of these things are affordable in the realm of film creation as opposed to paying a full staff. So there are solutions. It just takes creativity and a little bit of extra work. But what we're hearing from Watcher is that they're looking at these solutions as just not even an option. They just need to have more money to throw at it. And the money really does boil down to the hub of this video, which we'll get to. So let's watch that and see how that plays out.
The philosophy of Watcher is us very earnestly exploring something without much irony. Granted, we're like when we're doing our Ghost Hunts, it's a jokey channel. But I think underneath it all, there's like a genuine interest in stuff, and a passion for exploring.
Bambi, thank you.
Stuff that we're interested in.
I'm so proud of
that verbiage. Is interesting to me, where they're talking about one of their most successful series, which would be the Ghost Hunters, the Ghost Files. Where they're hunting supernatural phenomenon in general. It's one of their most successful series on their channel, and even in that, Shane's admitting that like. He thinks that perhaps behind the showmanship of that perhaps there is actual genuine interest, which is a little indicator to us as the audience that on some level, some of what we've been watching from them has been performative, even maybe more pervasively than what we initially thought.
You think? You think? Listen, I understand, and Sue, if you're still here, like, I don't know which series of theirs you were the biggest fan of, but we watched a couple of their videos, and I got the feeling that a lot of it was performative. It felt like far more scripted than unscripted. I don't know. Like the vibe just wasn't there. Maybe that is a me problem, but yeah, it just I guess there's an argument they don't enjoy the tech setup part of their work, but enjoy acting. Well, of fucking course, it will come with costs, I guess. Yep. Yep. That's true. Honestly, that's okay. It's like an acting gig. Yep.
To where Shane has to imagine a world that perhaps they were interested in these things. And that, to me, is a little bit of a low-level verbal red flag as to what could be indicated from that, the implications of that. But they don't really expand on it anywhere else in this, so we can't say that, oh, they're just passionlessly trying to make content to pander to the masses. And they don't try to say that, so I'm not going to hang too much on that, but that little pattern that's there does push me in that direction. So far, there hasn't been a lot non-verbally to go off of, because there's not a lot of
I don't know the answer to that question.
To go off of. But already we're seeing so many difficulties centered around their verbal patternings and the logic behind these decisions that it's making the non-verbals supplementary to what we're already understanding. But we'll continue through that. There are some more non-verbals that do unpack here. We'll
hi.
to talk about these behind the scenes
welcome.
reality as opposed
Thank
to
you
what
for
they're
being
presenting
here.
to you. So let's watch.
Thank you for the head pats. Thank you.
Watcher. My proudest moments have been being able to hire incredible people. It's like growing our staff from 3 to 6 to 10 to 20, 25. I'm proud of.
Pausing there. Their channel was, at the point of them releasing this video, around 3 million subscribers, which is roughly 3 times the size of this channel here. And this channel here, I hire teams for things like taxes or business deals, brand deals, things like that. I'll work with people with that. But as far as the production of the videos itself, the largest the team has gotten has been 3 people. And you can still produce that. So even if we're taking that logic from that, perhaps you add another person on, and that would be, 4 people for a channel this size, roughly 700 to 800,000 subscribers. Then if you multiply that by 3 to 4, that still only equals 12 to 15 people at maximum. And that's to produce a full quality, everything inclusive, your own original assets, everything like that, production.
I mean, it's going to be different. It's going to be different for different channels, and more different channels are going to make more with their partner deals and ads and other platforms like Patreon and stuff. But yeah, it really does sound like they just have too many fucking people.
That they're using 25 people to pull this off lets the business side of us know that they are overstaffed for what they're trying to produce. And again,
I mean,
all that it takes
it is an assumption on our
problem
part.
Solving to achieve many of the same effects that they use individual hires for. And so what we're now understanding is that perhaps this isn't so much about what they're delivering to the audience, because there are creative, if not more time and energy consuming solutions. There are those solutions. What they're more concerned about is saving their own energy and just hiring more people to do the thing that can be done with far less people to the same degree of quality. You can be approached by studios, you could be approached by separate entities in regards to that quality without having a staff that large. It is fully possible. But this factor is one of the primary factors that many people are noticing, is that they're working with 25 individual people with full pay scales, and that is a huge financial requirement.
Yeah, and where are they from? Are they based out of California?
They wanted to actually find a solution that is beneficial to the audience.
Fuckload of payroll, actually.
The solution for which is to cut down their staffing and work with more bare bones and creativity. So there are some red flags that are popping up here, and we're seeing that very clearly, even with their own admittance here with their overstaffing of their team. Let's continue watching.
The fans and the community that we've fostered.
Maybe that's the best part. The tangible effect of it is like you're out in public and people are like, hey, wow, we watched a lot of your content during a tough time and it really helped us. That's always really nice, especially when we do.
That's a good question.
Shows, you notice
that's a very good question.
Fascinating. The audience that we've attracted are also weirdos in the most positive sense.
I'm very happy with the progress that we've made over here at Watcher over these past.
This part rings a little bit hollow for me considering their move. Shane's trying to talk about how much their audience means to them, and that's very true. For anybody who's on YouTube, the audience is the make or break it. If you don't have an audience, if you don't have a subscriber base, you will not be a YouTuber. If you do, then you can be a YouTuber, but there is that symbiotic relationship that does exist. The creator has to create things that's engaging and that the audience might be interested in, and the audience enables the creator to do something that would be their dream job. They get to be their own boss. They get to be their own producer. They get to do all of these things themselves, and that symbiotic relationship that exists is genuinely extremely crucial to the entirety of the YouTube experience and what makes it unique.
So what's minimum wage in California now? Like 17, something like that.
And Watcher, from what we're seeing, looks at that, looks at the audience interaction, and looks at that very vital portion of it, and says that that's not essential.
16,
that's not
16.
important. We're going to abandon that. We're going to make it to where that whole faction does not have the opportunity to genuinely interact with us anymore. We're moving that to a fully separate streaming service where they don't have comments, they don't have ratings,
16.
They don't have any of these things that are the genuine raw reaction of the people watching. And that's one of the big issues that phased out and is still continually phasing out the normalized television format, is this disconnect between creation and audience. And for some reason, that's what Watcher is searching after, is that disconnect between creation and the audience it's being made for. It's a fascinating thing. Wouldn't be an ordeal if they weren't verbatim saying that that's not what they were doing.
You hear that, Bees? You be a good idol. I'll do my best. I'll do my best, chat. So if I'm doing the math correctly, right? $16 an hour, 40 hours a week, $640. 4 weeks to a month if we just break it down by monthly. $2,500 a month. Getting paid minimum wage there, which, you know, I don't know. We'll just give them the benefit of the doubt. Minimum wage in California. That's, it obviously costs more. Like if they are actually on the books for this company, it's obviously going to cost them more than that. We'll just say $3,500 a month. $3,500 a month for each employee. So 3,500 times, he said 25 employees. I think it was. Yeah, that's like 90 grand in payroll. 90 grand in payroll a month. That's fucking crazy. I don't think all those people are going to be full-time. I bet a lot of them are part-time. Or contract work, stuff like that. I don't know. They're probably pretty loose with that. They probably wanted to, even though it ended up hurting their argument, I feel like, I would assume that they wanted to pump that number up for whatever reason, to say 25. Like, oh my God, we've got all these people trying to justify it, when in actuality it made people go, holy fuck, 25 employees. The hell are you doing?
In this video. Let's watch.
Over these past 4.5 years, but it feels like we are just at the point where we've hit a bit of a ceiling in terms of what YouTube is able to offer.
More than 50% of our business.
I want to pause that there. Hit a ceiling as to what YouTube is able to offer is one of the most ludicrous statements. It's not a limitation of YouTube.
Yeah, that's why I went with 3,500 for sure.
If you want an example of the opposite side of this coin, look at somebody, regardless of controversy, regardless of personal opinion, look at Jimmy, Mr. Beast. He is now one of the largest, he's the second largest YouTube channel, if I remember correctly, the second largest YouTube channel on YouTube
at the moment
as an individual creator with millions.
The single largest single creator.
And doing videos that are
enjoy the noms.
Phenomenally broad. The production quality is enormous, building entire facilities, buying out entire other facilities. The possibilities of YouTube are actually endless depending on the creators. So for them to say, YouTube just wasn't really cutting it for us, it lets us know that their reasonings for that aren't going to be the reasonings, because that's not the reality of the situation. There's more
I'm
to
glad he
this,
brought
and
this up.
They continue to unpack this in a very, it's just fascinating. Let's keep watching.
Our business is run by advertising. We are reliant on ads to make money, to pay the bills, to run this office, to make beautiful content for
Fucking
all of you guys out there.
welcome
Unfortunately,
to
over time,
content
the
creation.
deals that we were getting in 2019, 2020 are looking a lot different than they are today. We're making something for two audiences. We're making it for the fans, all of you out there.
I wonder what he's gonna
and
have
we're
to say
also
about
making it
this.
to please the advertisers. It's difficult to make the stuff that we want to make and also then appeal to the advertisers as well.
It costs a certain amount to make.
This falls flat on many people's ears because of the way that advertisements function on YouTube. From a YouTuber to the audience revealing some of it, there are some advertisers that do request you put in an entire video, and they want you to tailor the entire video to their advertisement. They want what would be considered and called a dedicated ad video. Those are not common, and the larger YouTubers you get, the less and less common they are. What is far more common in this is to have an ad segment, which
have a read.
I'm fairly certain. Let me know in the comments below if this is brand new to you, but I'm fairly certain that about 98% of you are aware that the ad segments is the common way that a YouTuber will sponsor their video. That's what companies are in search of, is anywhere between a 45 to 3 minute segment of a video. So with watchers saying that they have to tailor their videos to either the advertisers or to the audience, and they're being...
See, I took this as them being worried about like the general, like the AdSense advertisers, not the advertisers that they were directly working with. Whereas they were worried about the content that they were posting not being advertiser friendly in general to the platform, not necessarily the individual, but you know, it's, I don't know, could be product placement too. Yeah, it could be. And you know, maybe it's a bit of both, right? But it's just not how it initially, it didn't feel any, like I didn't scoff at it any less, right? Like clearly, but yeah, I heard it differently than he did. I feel like direct ads are worth a lot more than YouTube ads. Yeah. But I don't feel like this channel would struggle to get direct ads. In fact, I buy that way less than them. Like who the what? Okay, if anything, I feel like it's easier to land those direct partnership ads with the kind of content that they are creating. Like I just can't imagine them struggling. Maybe they really were getting that much less money from them these days. I just don't really, I don't really buy it. I just don't.
Being pulled in two different directions is them blowing smoke at you. Because from personal experience and from the overwhelming data pool that is the rest of YouTube, that's not how the advertisements work. They have to tailor maybe 3 minutes of a full video towards the advertisers. The rest of it just has to make sure that you're not being a super controversial person in it, which if watchers having a difficulty with that, then the question is, well, what kind of content are they wanting to produce that's so controversial that advertisers won't even pay for a 60-second segment on a 50?
They're gonna launch a fucking like InfoWars competitor. Like a quarter of their new content that they're planning on putting out is just conservative talking points and fear mongering. A whole new supplement line and turning the frogs gay. Man, it's gonna be fucking wild, dude. Wait till you see Watcher 6 months from now. Dedicated audience being read an ad by someone they are a fan of should be pretty easy to sell to advertisers. Yep. Enemy YouTube is ripping you off. Some Alex Jones type shit. Yup.
15-minute video. And again, all of this continually will boil back around to money.
Today, we're ghost hunting in Hitler's bunker.
And I think that that's fairly revealing as to the mindset
true 488.
of these
True.
three, of the Watcher company, it's all centered around money. It's not centered around creative freedom. It's not centered around wanting to deliver a quality product to the audiences. That's all possible with where they are.
Oh, that's a good point. Maybe that is part of why it fell so flat for me. It's because, like, yeah, literally, this is all is about money. It's all about money. So, like it's a hard thing to convince me of that all of a sudden you're not worried about money. You're more worried about the creative process. Mods, I don't want to. I know it's a long ass video, and I don't even know if we're gonna make it all the way through it. But I need some water, and I don't want to sit here with this playing while I'm not here. That's not the point of us watching these together. So, if a mod wouldn't mind throwing out a couple clips, I'm just gonna go grab a drink real quick. I'll be right back. What's insane about the whole situation, right? Mega, thank you for the follow. And hi, McLennan. Welcome in.
Meg_Snailio is now following.
What's crazy, B, hi, yeah, is I feel like Kenji not having put this person into...
Yes, member, I fancy meeting you here. Oh my god, I'm such a big fan. I am the biggest fan ever. Can you please sing Dynamite for me? Can you please have sex with me? Can you please breed me? Can you please breed me? Please breed me. Kim Cook from BTS, please breed me.
Listen, guys, we're still yapping. I missed y'all so much. I want to yap, and I know the moment I start playing, you guys are gonna be too respectful and not yap with me. So I need to yap it out right now. I want you guys to disrespect me and distract me while I'm clutching the game. Degrade me, goddammit!
Right now just takes creativity. What it boils down to is they want more money for what they're doing, which, yes, is a business move for sure, but there's some nuances that go into this decision business-wise that they just seem to have ignored. And either one, they fully ignored it, or two, there's an aspect of a monetary deal that they have made with somebody else extraneous that we're not being allowed information on.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to follow up 6 months from now.
Was bought out for a large sum of money, and that was their big reason to shift from the YouTube channel that made it possible for them to do what they're doing to a streaming service. Perhaps there's some sort of solution like that that's in there.
Their streamer.
But from what they're presenting, their narrative, it does not make sense. The only thing that makes sense is that they want more money for what they're doing, and so they've made this decision. And it's a horribly done business decision. Let's watch.
To make content in the way that we do.
This dude's keeping it pretty real. I feel like he's pulled some punches on some of the stuff that he's said, but in general, so far, I feel like this has been pretty on point.
We try to put things on the screen that we feel adheres to a certain level of quality that you would find on, say, a Netflix or something like that. But in doing so, it does cost a certain amount. Like, for example, a Ghost Files episode. First, we have to travel to the location itself. We have to pay the location fee. We have to pay freelance staff that comes to help us shoot that when we're shooting in the studio.
Now we're getting, okay, so first two steps. Got to travel to the place. Yeah, genuine. All YouTubers will pay for their travel to get to places unless it's like a brand sponsorship. Sometimes they get their travel paid. But yes, for the most part, every single YouTuber that wants to go to a place to do a video will buy the tickets to go to that place. Not a big deal. Everybody does that. And then along with that, you got to pay for, sometimes you have to pay for the location.
Welcome back,
also,
welcome back.
Very plausible. That varies indefinitely for locations. Some popular locations are more expensive. Some are free. You can just ask for one of their closed days and use it then. There are solutions for that. Then what it gets around to where I start having the beef with their situation so far, the first 2 points are okay if a little lackluster. Then they get to, oh, well, then we need an entire crew to film these videos. That's where it starts to stray even from the YouTube mindset of the creator can be creative and find solutions, creative solutions.
Well, I mean, like, not only that, but like, that's only he even said you have freelance people that are coming to shoot these things in these places. Like, how many people are you flying out? Are you paying these people a daily rate? Like, are you just paying them for a day? Like, how is this working? Because if it's a freelancer coming to work for you, I don't feel like that's an employee of yours. Is that part of the 25 people that you were trying to tell us you had working for you? Like, what's going on?
For these to, well, we just needed to really hire a bunch of people to do the things that we ourselves can do. If you've watched one of their series, they have graphical inlays, which you can get. You can figure out how to customize assets. You can learn yourself. Even DaVinci Resolve, one of the world's leading video editing softwares, the free version alone has so many solutions that can get you to a very, very similar production quality.
Brainy, do you agree?
Same, extremely similar for pennies on the dollar. And so for them to say, well, we needed to hire in all these people, they didn't need to. If they wanted a secondary camera angle, find a tripod and get an automated slider. If they wanted something that follows, use one of the people that's not on screen and follow along with, or find a creative solution that doesn't require a following camera angle. Or if you need a following camera angle, mount it to the people themselves. There are so many creative solutions to get the results that they want.
He said he said that even one of the most expensive editing softwares in the world, DaVinci Resolve, the free version gets you a product that is damn near like as good as the paid version.
All of these financial expenditures happen, but they're not willing to sacrifice on that. They want the money to continue to flow through.
Oh, what the fuck?
So
Did y'all hear that crack, or was that?
It's a matter of whether or not they feel like it. And that's not what they're presenting. They're trying to present that they're strong-armed into this.
It's like a glitch in the audio, and I can't tell if that was on my end or in the video.
So there are solutions. They're not willing to find them. Let's continue watching.
Okay.
The studio, we have to pay for the studio to shoot.
Sorry about that, Chad. I don't know what that was.
Post. Before that, we also have to do the pre-production of the episode. And when you add that all up, we're talking about an end of a season that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. I'm not sitting here complaining that is the bed we've made.
Gonna pause here.
That's fucking
this is
crazy.
An important facet to be able to point out as well, which we'll touch more on this as the video goes on, that hundreds of thousands per season. That is a pretty beefy expenditure for a YouTube series. Absolutely. No problem with that. It can also be funded by a channel of that size. For those of you who are watching and don't know, if you want to get an average, very loose average, but a reliable average as to how much a channel is making, look at it as to every 1,000 views that they get, they make roughly $1. That's a pretty lackluster average there, but it's reliable enough. So if you see a channel that makes 20,000 views on a video, that still makes them $20. But they're not making 20,000 views a video, they're making roughly 1 million to 4 million views per video. And that, doing that math, is a substantial chunk of money, and that's just from your base level, should not rely on it, advertiser, the mid-roll kind of adverts that you see on a YouTube video. That's what that's raking in at what would be argued the minimum.
Yeah, and that's not what they're making, because like I know they're getting paid by additional channel partners and their Patreon, like merch. Like I just, that's not what they're making. DaVinci Studio has AI tools, transcript audio leveling, stuff like generating depth maps you can use, the light effects and some effects in GPU rendering. But again, it's $300 once, and you can buy a speed editor hardware for $370, which comes with Studio or Blackmagic camera. The whole company is financed by their hardware. I see.
Along with that, they have their Patreon. Now, the Patreon is where it gets crazy. Their Patreon, they have roughly 13,000 patrons on there at the point of filming this video. Who knows what will happen to that number as this horrible business decision moves forward. But at the point of having this, they have roughly 13,000 patrons, and they have a minimum patron level of $7.50, more or less $7. We'll just say $7.
Must be Canadian or something.
Alone, 13,000 people donating.
I don't think that this is accurate though. I don't think that only paid Patreon members, no worries, Shaper. I don't think that only paid Patreon members show up in that number. I think it is both free and I may be wrong though. I wish that I was more informed about the Patreon side of things. If they really do get paid $5 US per Patreon member that shows up on that count, then Jesus.
$7 a month, it equals up to close to $100,000 a month.
Make a
in
Patreon
revenue exclusively from Patreon. We'll be gentle and be like, it's only $90,000 a month from Patreon alone, not including what YouTube itself makes. On top of that, they're saying that they had brand deals. They were receiving brand deals.
I wouldn't be shocked.
Those brand deals.
Like, I wouldn't be shocked if their take home from Patreon wasn't $40,000 to $50,000 a month. Yeah, like I would not be shocked by that number. That I'm pulling that completely out of my ass, but I feel like 40 to 50 is more realistic than 90 or whatever. But maybe it really is. Maybe it is 90, which is that's a lot. But still,
or I guarantee you anything from $1,000 to $20,000 per brand deal with that channel size. So with that in mind, if they're having a brand deal on each of these videos, maybe only 4 brand deals a month, to put it very gently, so they've got such massive pools of money coming from various areas that they can tap into and have as resources reliably, but they're still trying to paint this out that the issue for them is that the advertisers are being too needy and the costs are being too high, both of which, as we can now see, is extremely untrue. Logically speaking, there's not a need for nonverbal communication in this. Just numbers speaking, it's untrue. This was an extremely selfish business move, not at all tailored towards the community that they're trying to say it was tailored towards. This was exclusively a decision either based out of monetary or based out of ego. And the chances are is that it was a hand-in-hand ego and monetary. They're no longer YouTubers. They make a show on a streaming platform. It's an ego boost. And the monetary-wise, I think that they're in for a very, very harsh awakening as they realize that so many of these people, very arguably loyal, avid subscribers who can't afford streaming services, are going to, by force, leave them. And that hollows out all of their backing. That makes it to where advertisers who are viewing them and want to offer them money to create content for this massive audience that they have created, they will no longer want to offer money to them because they have alienated that audience. And further down that pipeline, again, streaming platform does not have audience interaction available to it. You can't go and comment on Netflix how you feel about the show so that the producer can see it. That doesn't exist. That's what they're gunning for, is that sort of disconnect. Meanwhile, holding on to their YouTube channel as a possible point, their social medias as possible points of audience interaction, while the actual tangible real-time reaction that they need to succeed has been fully removed by their own choice. They're shooting themselves in the foot. It's a horrible business decision, and again, it makes me extremely upset because I enjoyed their content. There are the obvious difficulties here. Let's keep watching.
Everyone has different missions they're marching towards on YouTube. Ours was to make a television show. And, over time, you start to realize, like, hey, maybe television shows aren't meant for YouTube. Perhaps we should find a different place that's better suited to the content that we're making.
That's an extremely sorry excuse. One, their goal initially was to make a television show. But the reason that they didn't, which they're not going to say here, the reason that they didn't is because making a television show, there are endless hoops that you have to jump through to be able to get to the point of making a television show as just a general everyday person, even a person who went to school and got all of the degrees and experience in that, there are still so many hoops to jump through to get to that point. So instead of going through all of that effort, which they like through because it's extremely intense and it's very, very biased, and there's so many things that you have to do to get to that point.
It wasn't even selfish. It was dumb. It's actually 5-head. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm sure there's struggles, Azzy. Sorry, I was supposedly for their $100 tier. Sorry, I got distracted by trying to track that down. For their $100 tier, they would give you a shout out on their podcast, their main channel. Podwatcher shoutouts on the main channel. I was wondering if I could extrapolate a tier 3 count by finding like they're in the credits or something, shoutouts or something like that.
Point. Instead of going that route, they went the YouTube route, which allowed them to build their business from the ground up, how they wanted, when they wanted, where they wanted. Beauty of YouTube. That's what they chose because it made the most sense. So what they're then in essence conveying to us, the audience, is we were never anything more than a stepping stone for them. That no matter how much
it feels terrible, by the way.
Their content, if you watched their videos all the way through, if you clicked on their ads, if God forbid you were a patron to them and you've donated your own money to them each month, they only ever viewed that as a stepping stone to making something to where you couldn't do those things. You can't interact with them. You can't have that connection with them. It doesn't make sense, and it's extremely rude and hurtful and harmful to the people, the audience that made it happen.
Yeah.
And this is an extremely tone-deaf reasoning for it. So let's watch her.
That we're making and can support the dollar amount that we're putting into each of these episodes so that we're not constantly running around trying to find sources of revenue to support the model.
We work from the other direction here, which is like we start first by looking at what we want to say and
yeah, Frosty, I am enjoying that for sure.
And that's always informed our content, which is why I think our content doesn't necessarily.
And I don't think that like the make a Patreon, which I think was mostly a joke. Like I don't know. I don't know what a value I would put on a Patreon. You know what I mean? Like at this point, like it would just feel too. It would feel too gross to me at this point. Is there a point at which I feel like a Patreon would make sense for this community? Sure. Yeah. Feed pics. I guess there's that. But like at its current state, I just don't really feel like it's the move.
Necessarily always like we've trended quite a few times, okay? But that's never, it's never.
Hi, Polka Dog. I know I haven't either. Big Sag. I wanted that truck. I did get a phone call from a weird unknown number today, but I have not checked my voicemail. So maybe I have won the truck. Somehow I doubt it though. Legion, welcome in. Welcome.
Never our goal, and I think
if anybody know where I can find this podcast or whatever by these guys, the description of the Patreon reward is signed watcher card, AMAs, members only merch. Oh, did they remove it? Did they remove it? So it used to say everything above pod watcher shoutouts on the main channel.
By that token, YouTube has never been like the perfect fit for us.
Yeah, their Patreon is still up. Yeah.
We have realized that
pausing there, they're just making a note of like this weird contradiction of like, oh, we're not making enough money, but
it wasn't Nebraska. I got one from Wyoming. It was from a Wyoming area code, actually. So, but I think you get called by lawyers before I think you get called by lawyers before Cleater calls you. I don't know. Maybe not.
We don't want to make content that will make money on YouTube. I get that for sure. 100%. Make the content that you want to make, and if it doesn't make the same money that you want it to make, the response to that is to not shoot the content in the foot and say, well, now it's no longer useful. It's to change your approach to making the content. Cut back your expenditures. Make it to where you can get the same concept across, but without all of the frill. Because again, people are there for that. And if you
Give Bees
do
the
that,
truck. I demand he
you
get the truck in the butt. Give B all that truck, all that truck, all that truck. What B going to do with all that truck in the butt? Give Bees the truck. Clearer, the robot feeder.
Are you okay, Legion?
make content that people will like, there is reliable,
same fucking brain, Brainy.
very tangible evidence that you can grow so much further than a studio will ever let you do. Again, prime example, Mr. Beast. So there is a solution. There is a possibility. Every YouTuber that is a YouTuber has run into this same issue on some level. They want to have an idea, but they can't make that idea happen, so they gotta get creative. From what I'm hearing, Watcher just doesn't want to get creative anymore. So let's keep watching.
That it would be great if we could find a way to rely less on advertising, not make it such a big part of our business. So
Patreon memberships.
Thank you.
Diversify your income. Basic Business 101. However, they looked at Patreon and memberships. They don't even acknowledge those as options in here because they are the solution. But they looked at those two options and said, no, we're not going to do that. We're not going to rely on that. We're not even going to mention that we're getting close to $100 grand, if not more, a month off of that. Let's not mention those. We're going to say that the only solution to this is to shift our entire YouTube channel, the future of it, to an external streaming service that is required you pay just to watch their YouTube channel.
Holy shit.
That is, in essence, an overglow.
That is fucking crazy. Sorry, quick pause. We won't get too derailed by this, but apparently Pixiv is decided to block R18 content in the US and UK. That's wild. That's good thing I have a VPN, I guess, but if I'm paying with the US form of payment, I suppose maybe I won't be able to even subscribe to those creators paying. Damn, that's fucking crazy. Not that I subscribe to anyone on Pixiv or anything for anything crazy, but you know, yeah, payment processors are fucking bastards. Pixiv is like an online arts platform basically, and creators can paywall their content on Pixiv. You can pay for it. There's a lot of content on Pixiv, even if you're not familiar with it. It's pretty huge. Sorry, Brainy just DM'd me that, so that's wild. Oh god.
Glorified, ego-stroking version of a Patreon. That is all that Watcher is right now.
Yep.
Which is disappointing because, again, I like these people. This is not what I wanted to see them do. I don't know. Let's keep watching.
So we've been working over the past few months and years, like how can we make this business more sustainable? How can we make something where we can make the things that we want to make for all of you guys and not be worried about all the other forces that are here?
True, Ice, true.
In terms of where this company is going and where I believe that we can be the most successful.
If you want to look at the power of ads, look at Pirate Software. He's been able to go from 4 to 6 ferrets to 20 to 30. Ads are a big deal. True. Yeah, Pirate Software figured out the algorithm and ran with it. And then that just leads to more ferrets, which, you know, that is what else could you really ask for in life? I mean, if they had handled this, genuinely, this would have been the most giga big brain move ever. If they had announced this shittily, gotten everybody to talk about it, and then actually released a good response, like an actual good one, because I don't think that the one that they released today is going to score them a ton of points, that it would have actually been a huge amount of advertising for them, because I didn't know who the fuck they were. I had no clue. Literally none. I had never heard of Watcher before. Maybe I had in passing, but I had no real knowledge of their content. Timewind, welcome.
YouTube is no longer the place for that.
Now,
fuck off.
Steven's the only one that says this verbatim like that. And a lot of people are
saying
like,
fuck off to
is
Steven or
Steven the one
whatever.
that's really pushing this?
Right.
Is Steven the one that's like, no, YouTube can't be it, and Shane and Ryan are just kind of having to go along because Steven's such an important portion of the Watcher company. There's that possibility. You know, the fact that Steven is the one who's saying the stupidity of like, oh, well, YouTube has just run its course for us. We can't use YouTube anymore for what we needed it for, so we need to move to an unknown, never used streaming platform that costs everybody to watch.
Podwatcher is the Watcher's podcast. The last episode that came out was 7 days ago. Hold on, chat. Hold on.
I think I need more ferrets for advertising.
For advertising, yes. For advertising. Okay, when did they remove?
Hi.
Yeah, the outro here, there's no shout outs or anything. So what I'm looking for here, chat, is that their list of shout outs or something to try to get a feel for how many people were giving them $100 a month. So I don't know. I'm going to keep looking for it.
Money to watch the same content that they got on YouTube before. Many people are concerned by that. There's a portion here in this video that we're about to get to where all three of them are sitting on the couch, and we'll be able to possibly see some interpersonal dynamics with the nonverbal in regards to that. But just the fact that he himself has verbatim said that YouTube is YouTube is in essence useless to them, it lets me know that at least one person on that team who's fairly influential is looking at this completely incorrectly, and arguably just in a lazy way. They're looking at YouTube lazily, which is not the MO for YouTube. For those of you who are interested in starting your own YouTube channel or have or know people that have, anybody who finds success in it, it's something that you have to work at relentlessly. Sometimes you can make a viral video and it'll get lucky and you'll be able to explode into having subscribers. But even then, if you do that, you still have to follow up. You still have to do work, hard work, to get it to succeed. And that seems to be something that Watcher as a company is unwilling to do. I think that a lot of their subscribers, a lot of their audience is seeing that, picking up on that, and deciding that this is indeed where their support ends, because it's been made horrifically clear that the support that they're offering doesn't matter to the Watcher team. Let's keep watching.
Yeah, and like looking at this, do I still have this pulled up? Yeah. So this was the April 15th podcast, which actually has fewer. Dude, I fucking hate that they keep calling it a streamer. In regards to the Watcher streamer announcement, dude, I hate that. I hate it. Like in some of the previous, okay, so here's one of the ads, one of the companies that they're clearly working with here. This Tri-Miracle, whatever. That's they're getting paid for this ad to be here. I don't see one on here, but I'm sure that there are ads. Intro. If we go back to this one. Here's some neon shaving something. I went back to an episode randomly back here, and there were like 3 different companies. Rocket Money. I think it's episode 13. Episode 13 has... Yeah, Factor, Rocket Money, and Magic Spoons. Like, it's not like they don't have advertisers working with them, even on something like this podcast. I'm sure it doesn't pay as well as it does on the, well, actually, I don't know. Podcasts, they may have a pretty dedicated podcast audience that consumes their podcast off of YouTube. So maybe this pays fantastically. TLDR, they didn't want to innovate in their content, so they wanted to get more out of it, what they were doing already, and blamed it on expenses. Yep. Yeah, and tried to be like, we're doing it for you, the audience. That's what it seems like. Obviously, this is all hypothetical. This is just this guy's take. But after hearing his take, I feel like he could be right.
For anybody who's watched or supported us to this point, truly.
Dude, and these thanks that they gave in the video, like, bleh, bleh.
Thank you. The goal was always to make television caliber quality content. And not just for YouTube, but for you guys. I guess we just hope you guys follow us this one last time.
2 are very... there we go. So there's that first half. Again, hope you follow us this one last time. That statement alone lets us know that on some level, Watcher was expecting some level of backlash for this business move. Hope you follow us one last time. It doesn't really exude confidence, and now they're going to start unpacking the actual Watcher platform itself with all 3 of them there present on the couch. So this first half of this mini doc that they made is just them trying to emotionally win you over towards their decision of opening this, which, to be very clear, I am in full support of Watcher moving and making content for a streaming platform. That's exciting. That's genuinely a thrilling opportunity for people who had nothing and started on the internet with nothing, could build themselves up an empire big enough to start doing something like that. That's beautiful. But where I start having issues is that they're, instead of acknowledging the importance, not even the importance, the vitality and necessity of the audience that they created.
Thank you for
here,
letting us steal your money. Hope, please follow us. We need you. We are on our knees, please.
The streaming, perhaps making both platforms active. Instead of doing that, which would require more work, they have, in essence, told every single subscriber that could not afford to pay that they did not matter. And so for them to say, you're not worthy of being one of our audience members unless you can afford our payment system, is very indicative of their character themselves. And I'm hoping beyond hope that these people, that Shane, Ryan, and Steven, are not looking at this and being that overtly selfish and rude and more or less disgusting.
If you're a broke boy, just say so.
Consciously, that perhaps it is something that is like, oh, well, we had a brand deal and we really wanted to stick to that, or there was just an opportunity and we're really excited, and it's more innocently done. What I'm afraid of is that this was a calculated move, as we've kind of gathered here, that this was calculated, it was anticipated, and despite all of that, knowing that this was a horrible decision to make in regards to the audience that made it possible for them to get to where they were, that they looked at that and decided that the value that offered wasn't worth it for them. So let's watch the second half and we'll see about the nonverbal interactions.
Glock 9000 for your it in the back room of our Watcher building. No broke boys allowed.
No broke boys allowed. Okay, one thing that I am noticing here is that the latest episode of the, and stay with me here, I might be tinfoil hatting. I apologize for the flashbang, but the April 15th podcast on the Apple Podcast platform is several minutes longer than the YouTube version. I wonder really why that is. Jesus Christ, this is an awful. Can I go here? What if I just want to play here? Can I have a volume slider?
Bees, this is your manager. I got a new job as a space transmitter.
Okay.
Did you stock the shelves?
No. I quit there like 2 weeks ago. So good luck. Good luck, actually. Shop's probably fucked. That's okay though. We'll pick up the pieces. Welcome back, Whale. Welcome. Man, I don't wanna. Okay, how loud is this?
This episode is brought to you by Twizzlers.
Okay, it's pretty loud. I'm opening up so many tabs.
It's between them all.
Our very own independent streaming service, Watcher. Watcher is an ad-free independent streaming service dedicated to providing you guys the television caliber content that you know and love. But you're probably wondering, how is it going to be?
Non-verbally speaking, they're all sitting with their legs crossed. That's neither here nor there. There's a lot of research that goes into the direction of folding your legs. Some people will say that if you fold your legs in a specific way, like say you're folding your legs and you cross your body blocked off to the person next to you, there's the possibility that there is some level of animosity between those two people because there's a physical blockage literally existing between the two of them. There is that possibility.
I remember
Since there's
in the
three people on
contract you signed that you got a sign-on bonus. Since you didn't make it 2 weeks, I'll need that money sent to me via Apple gift cards.
Yeah, I'm not sending you shit. You're like in space or something. So, sorry about your luck.
the couch, and all of them are likely going to be crossing their legs to save some space. A lot of that reliability starts to fade away. If you're in a situation where perhaps it's more like a table setting and there's not a need to save space, anything along those lines, then looking at those tells contextually is a lot more reliable. In this, I wouldn't say that because Shane and Steven are folding their legs in a way that blocks off Ryan, who then has to kind of figure out his, like, I wouldn't lean into that side of the nonverbal communication too much, considering the physical limitations of the space that they're in. But just wanted to make note of that in case you did pick up on that. Let's keep watching.
Is it going to be different than the YouTube experience?
The new streamer, I think, is a place that reflects what our...
Chad, is it bad that I'm tempted to join the $5 a month tier to get onto their Discord and be nosy? Because I'm really tempted to pay $5 to get onto their Discord and be nosy.
Content is high quality series in season form, beautifully organized, ad-free. It's what we were destined to be.
First of all,
that's Brainy's paycheck right there. The whole thing.
I don't know that the Watcher team is fully aware of this, but there's this really novel feature on YouTube called playlists. You can organize all of your footage
playlists
into clickable, organized, visually appealing rows of content that people can then go in and look at, and it's free for both the creator and the reasoning behind it of the organization. That's not it. Obviously, there's solutions around that, which then lets us know by simple logical deduction here that this was an ego-stroking matter. They felt that their content deserved a full streaming platform that looks all sorts of polished. Who has time for playlists that do the exact same thing when you can create your own page streaming service that looks different? Because really, in essence, that's all that the difference is visual. There's not any difference between uploading your content, putting it into a playlist, as opposed to uploading your content to a streaming service, which then puts it into a streaming service playlist. It's just a matter of effort. And again, this seems like it's an ego stroke rather than an actual business decision. So let's see.
We're destined to be.
First of all, bigger and better content.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to improve Ghost Files. I mean, I'm very happy with how the show has been, you know, produced so far, but the streamer is going to give us an opportunity to really add to it from a format standpoint, but we'll also be able to take bigger swings and go international. Like we're going to the UK and we're going to Scotland. Also, the more resources we have, the more time we could focus on making the show better. And every season of that show, I want it to be better than the last. And I'm
pausing again. Okay, so now talking about the production quality again. What they're saying is that what they need to up their production quality is money. And again, as we have already covered here, they don't need money to up their production quality. One, their production quality is great. They do a really phenomenal job at Ghost Files. If you haven't watched one of those episodes, go and check it out. They have props, they have sets, they have graphics, and it looks fantastic. None of which did the audience ask for or demand. The audience just was there for them to go and...
How can Tom Scott visit all these places and not need Scott Vision platform? Man, you know what? I would pay for a Scott Vision subscription. I think that'd be fucking sick. I don't know how accurate this is, but per Graphtreon, they are, got at their peak, they had 7,399 paid Patreon members. And at the moment, it says they have 5,730. I don't know how accurate this is. I assume there's some kind of API that they interface with, blah, 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 blah. But I don't believe that 5,700 paid members is an outrageous claim. Like I could believe that. I could believe that. Since they're not public with how many people subscribe to what tier, I guess we don't get to see that. Wait, hold on. Your true love will show himself to you under the moonlight. Oh, shit. Just don't go outside right now. You'll be good. You'll be fine. That's crazy. Cookie is fucking nuts. Okay. Joke's on me. It's Amir. Beautiful. And the estimate on here, which, you know, this is wildly inaccurate usually, 5K to 57K. But I wouldn't be shocked. I would not be shocked if they easily, well, I mean, at minimum, right? Like if you take this at face value, and you have 5,700 members at $5 a member, that is 30 grand. 30 grand that they are bringing home. I don't know what PayPal or the subscription, the cut for Patreon is, but we'll just say the low end, they are making like 25 grand a month. But I bet the take home for them is more like 50, if not more than that. So that's pretty interesting to me.
Look at these creepy places that could be haunted. That's all that the audience wanted. But they wanted to do all of these extra things. They didn't need to. So that means, in essence, that they could have found cheaper, more financially reliable solutions for these wants that they have to produce the content and then save the money that they could then
I get
spend
it.
to do things like go overseas. Again, from what I've seen from their watcher videos, I don't see a need for
speak up if you hear someone trashing someone
YouTubers, and as
or something you care about, no matter what the circumstances are.
You have to figure out how to use your camera, you have to figure out the editing software, you have to figure out the audio, you have to learn all of these things, which makes you fairly useful on a set. So with two YouTubers who have been at this for a very long time, if those two combined with maybe two other people, a sound person and a videographer, if those two can't get the same quality as what they're seeing here, then that's a creativity issue not a staffing issue, and not a monetary issue. Meanwhile, their solution to this is that they're going to tell all of their audience members, many of whom can only watch for free because that's where we are financially. Many people can't just be like, yeah, dude, I'll just another subscription service that exclusively has
People
one
are so
channel on it.
subscription
The subscription
fatigued.
service, which they'll cover here in a bit, is half the cost, almost half the cost of Netflix, which, yeah, that's like half the cost of Netflix. Netflix has hundreds and arguably thousands of different video formatted entertainment content on it that warrants, I think that Netflix is charging too much. That's a different video. Warrants their charge per month. Watcher is one channel making a couple different kinds of content of the same people, and they want to charge about half as much.
Yeah, and in my opinion, Nebula has some really fantastic content on it. Like, it really does. Like, there's just some really, really well thought out content on there. Like, it's pretty high quality.
As Netflix already is for a teeny tiny fraction of the content. That's an overinflated sense of self that watchers walking into this with, that I think they're probably, to their horror, finding out many people don't hold that overinflated sense of self to them. Let's watch.
And I'm very excited for season 3, which you guys will see on the streamer.
The advent of this streamer has allowed me,
which you guys will see on the streamer. And there's a little bit of a contempt expression mixed in there as the corner of his mouth is lifted up, and perhaps a little bit of activity in the corner of that nose as well. So at least contempt, we're seeing a level of moral or intellectual superiority. There's something that Ryan knows or is feeling that we're not privy to, or that slips out. The disgust could be in there as well. I don't believe that Ryan himself feels that people are going to shift over to the streamer, but there's more into this, so let's just keep watching.
has allowed me to bring the gang back together.
That's true.
Adam,
your pals.
Andrew, the old friends from Worth It, and we're going to be launching the spiritual successor, which is going to be called Travel Season.
Are you excited to work with Steven again?
Yeah. After 12 seasons of Worth It, it feels great to make something that is very similar and based on a lot of those experiences, but we get to dispense with all the stuff that we don't.
One day we're just gonna lose 488 to the YouTube grind. It's just gonna be there's gonna be too much for 488 to keep up with. Yeah, no, I am intrigued by this channel. I'm gonna check out some more of their content after stream as well. It's probably gonna be what I wind down with tonight. Like Nebula and Curiosity seem good. Yeah, I think there's over 150 channels on Nebula now, something like that. Or it may be over 200 now at this point. There's a lot of channels on Nebula, and they go out of their way to make Nebula specific content as well. Today at work, actually, I listened to the Jetlag podcast where they talked about the game design. Keeping up with content, you're kidding, right? That's genuinely though, that's part of the reason why I appreciate the fuck out of people that actually show up and hang out here, because like there's a lot of content on the internet, and that you choose to spend time here, thank you. But yeah, today I was listening to the Jetlag podcast where they went over the rules, like how they came up with the rules and designed the hide and seek season. Choose whatever, Brainy. And I wish that podcast was just a full video that they put out on YouTube. I wish that we could watch that together. In fact, like this next Jetlag season, for people that are like really into it with me, I think we may do like Discord hangouts where we might partake in some of that content off of stream. I know that's not going to be for everybody. It may be for just a very few of us in the community, but I don't want to get too nerdy about it, but like listening to the podcast definitely helped me understand some of the decisions that they made for the rules that they didn't even like expand on. Watch along with everyone subscribing. Yeah, exactly. Hi, Leah, I love you. Also, Una's back, by the way. I peeked into her stream. When was it? A couple days ago, maybe Sunday. Anyways, just happy to see Una back. I love you more. But yeah, they didn't touch on some of the rules and like some of the things that we were like harping on. They talk about in that podcast, which of course, you know, like it's all in the name of entertainment, and they're going to leave some of that stuff out because it's just not as entertaining to go over every single little bit of it. And sometimes getting people all, emotional about it or just getting them to talk about it, even if it may be a little bit negative, plays into the success of the series, I feel like, and they know that. But will Beast have to turn his monitor 180 degrees to watch the next season? Hey, you made the joke. You made the joke, not me. We're often trying to guess at their ideas too. It'd be cool to actually hear them. Yeah, it would be. It would. And I don't know. I don't know if I want to watch it after or before when it comes out. I don't know if being like too informed would actually ruin the fun a little bit, but we'll figure it out. Can we watch the one of the videos I posted and B watch? I think you like the new video I posted. Probably not tonight, dude. I'm not gonna lie. We are already 4 hours into the stream and there's a bit more of this video left. But I did watch one of the videos that you posted and that shit was insane. You're talking about the most recent one that you posted, Legion? Let me check it out while I continue the video.
So if you want to catch that, you can watch it on.
I'm having difficulty figuring out this weird delineation that they're making between how the streaming service that they
that's the one that I watched, Legion.
Content that's different than what they can make on the YouTube channel. For them to say, well, I mean, the streamer just made it to where we could do anything we wanted, no bars held. I'm genuinely so confused what YouTube was limiting them with. And then if they're trying to say, well, the
I was confused about this too.
Advertisers are extremely lax with what your content can be as long as it's not horribly controversial or saying very overtly
You're right, 488.
disgusting things. Advertisers just want you to make a video that will get numbers because
I feel kind of bad because I fucking did lie. We haven't played a community game and I really wanted to tonight. We just jumped into this rabbit hole. But maybe we'll do it on another night. I kind of wanted to throw a curveball at the like community games and do like a higher lower or something because we've done it like once before a long time ago on stream and I found like some pretty decent different versions of it. We're gonna do it at some point on stream.
Frankly speaking, all that advertisers really care about
Legions. Now I know.
They only want to know if they're going to make a lot of money off of this YouTuber that they're investing in. For the most part, they're not going to care what the content itself is as long as it beneficially pushes people towards their product. So that just lets us know as a viewer from
but there does reach a certain point where like some content creators really do struggle to find advertisers like Wubby, for instance. I don't know if I've talked about Wubby before on the stream. We've played Wubby's content. I'm sure there's some people who are not familiar with Pay Money Wubby, but I believe that he actually does struggle quite a bit to find reliable sponsors anyways. And you do reach a certain point where you do become a brand risk and it does become difficult to acquire sponsors. But dude, Watcher is so fucking far from that. I struggle to imagine what content they could possibly want to make where they would be worried about struggling to find advertisers. Like it does not compute.
Logical processing, it can't be that. They're saying that it cannot be that. It has to be something else, which again pushes us back around to money and ego. But let's keep watching.
On May 31st, it's going to be a full 6-episode season, and you can watch it all if you're a member on the streamer.
Chat, I am far fucking less approachable than their channel, and I still could do a sponsored stream tomorrow. I could do a sponsored stream tomorrow, and I am just way less brand friendly than they are.
And not only will there be new, fresh shows, we're going to put it up to the members to resurrect a show from the past.
I should stream tomorrow.
Shows
No,
that maybe didn't do.
I said I could, not that I
phenomenally
am.
on YouTube.
Yeah,
that would be performing perfectly fine on a streamer.
What a weird, wonderful idea.
God, I fucking hate that guy. I'm sorry if he's anybody's favorite, but if you're doing fine on a streamer.
What a weird, wonderful idea that would be.
I'm excited about the prospect of bringing
that statement, that whole phrasing in and of itself.
Yes, for sure.
I think an underlier of their entirety of their concept here is that they wanted, like, even perhaps this concept of, we made a video series that didn't do well on the channel, which means that the audience that they created, that they collected, that amassed together an appreciation of their content, looked at that and was like, it's not really it, fam. Which is a very raw, real, applicable, coveted kind of reaction to your creations, because it is real time. It allows
And it is the way that it is. I've done stuff even on this channel that hasn't been like nearly as warmly received as other content. And like, you may not want to like look at that as a creator, but it's a real thing. It's like, it is what it is. It was such a weird argument to me whenever I first watched the Watcher video, where they were like, "Oh, it'd be doing great on the streaming service." Like, what? You have a much more limited audience on your own streaming service. So like, YouTube, like, there's not even anybody there to serve this to a different demographic that may enjoy it more if your core audience doesn't. Like, that is something that, to my understanding, the algorithm can very much do. If your audience is not interested in that content, YouTube may be like, oh shit, well, we'll serve it up to this other group of people that are interested in this other topic, and maybe it will do better. But you don't have those people to draw from on your own streaming service, your own streamer. Fucking ugh.
Allows you to adjust real time. They looked at that and heard that, and instead of being like, maybe this idea wasn't worth it, they looked at it and said, maybe the people looking at it didn't know what they wanted, so instead we're going to strong arm this content into their faces and make them pay for it instead. And it would function really well then, because it wouldn't be determined by views. It would be determined whether or not a person has already paid for our content, which devalues
it's so misguided. It's so stupid
of the viewer. Makes it to where no longer do they have a voice. They're just a number. They're just a dollar sign.
Already got your money, bitch. Here's a video you don't care about.
And that's gross to me. Let's keep watching.
It is
of bringing on some new talent, some new faces, and making content around them, and being able to shape some shows that don't always involve us is something I'm really excited about. And we get to maybe bring back
Later, Ivy. Thank you for lurking. Rest well.
Yeah, I imagine he'll pop in.
Yeah,
whether you like it or not.
That's fair. But all this to say, you'll still occasionally see us on YouTube. We're going to post trailers for our shows there. We're going to have the season premieres of all of our series on there. But if you want to watch the full seasons of all of our content, the streamer will be the exclusive home for all of that, starting May 31st.
Steven, talk about money.
Yeah, what's this price?
Fuck him
You
too.
can become a member of Watcher for $5.99 a month or $59.99 a year.
We want to keep the price low enough where anybody and everybody is able to afford it, but it also has to support the things that we do here. So that was the number that...
Ad break while I meditate to attempt to lower my blood pressure. I go like breaking this down and watching it bit by bit is it's stressing me out way more than when we just kind of like breezed through it. I know we still paused and talked about it and all that, but like a second time actually like getting the latch onto things, it's so and like I'm too invested now at this point in the video. Like we got to finish it out, but like even this dude's eye roll, which I appreciate him. Like I'm going to my regular YouTube account and subscribing right now. Observe. It's just props to him. Props to him though. It would be so easy to make excuses and to really pull punches. And I do think that there are some punches that he has pulled. Like he could have been more harsh on some of these points, but there are also some that he has been way more like nitpicky and like drilled on than I really thought that he would be. And it's nice to see. So, but I mean, why would he, you know, from his perspective, why would he risk his brand for people that have just fucking disappointed him? So I guess it probably wouldn't be so surprising, but the streamer is such an impossible sell for a term, and they are pushing it so hard. Yeah, it is. Wow, this is really good React content from him. What's that supposed to mean, Brainy? Huh? Huh? Yeah, I hate the term. I hate the term. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. Nothing.
Just
Bees, as your manager, I need you to prepare the Watcher building Gluck 9000 the paid subscribers needed for the disappointed subbers.
Those were words, Legion. Those were words. Sorry if it sounded like that. It's all good. It did sound like that, but I did not take it personally.
made the most sense for the streamer.
Look, you can.
I'm gonna go ahead and pause here because Shane's about to say something. There's gonna be a little pop of stuff that happens here. $5.99 a month is a phenomenal tier on Patreon. That's a great tier to set on Patreon on memberships to do exactly what they're doing here. However, what it does is it makes it optional. Patreon does not need advertisers. Advertisers don't care about Patreon, they care about YouTube.
Dude, turn on the streamer watcher. The only watcher here is me watching XQC, the real streamer.
That's so true.
You can put up fully ad-free videos on Patreon. All that it requires you to do in your videos is take out the ad segment and suddenly it's an ad-free video. If somebody pays X amount, they can see the ad-free video if they want to. However, if they don't have the financial ability to do that,
fucking crazy. Did you hear what he just said, chat? That's crazy. All you gotta do is cut out the little fucking ads in the videos, and then it's an ad-free video. Nuts. Yeah, honestly, the whale text-to-speech and the Oakham text-to-speech are both so good. They're so good.
$5.99 a month, and you too can get 3 minutes with the Gluck 9000 AD free.
they can watch the ad video on YouTube. That's the beauty of the symbiotic relationship between Patreon and YouTube. Where does the necessity of a streaming platform come into this? If the price is going to be the same and the flexibility is going to be existent for the viewers.
Thanks, partner.
I don't know why it takes the whale one so long to process. It doesn't matter what you say.
Yeah, that's right, Bozo.
It's so good, though. God, dude.
What's the need to strong hand and
There's
force
not one.
viewers to exclusively
It's so they don't have to pay
for a
the
streaming service for the same content
the
they
Patreon
got
cut.
anyways, if it isn't exclusively for ego and money, and
It's money.
perhaps even just more so ego, because again, they can do all of this through Patreon. They can do all of this even more intuitively.
The dwelling aliens taught him this subscription tech.
They're not.
It's
they're
too
not acknowledging
advanced.
that as an option. They're not even hinting at that.
You know, honestly though, with him really talking about the whole ego aspect of this, and them thinking that this would work, maybe he's right. Maybe there was just an unbelievable amount of ego with this. I mean, I guess there's really no other way that they could possibly like how else could you possibly think this is going to go well? So like the React thing, I guess we've come back to that, but I don't know. Like part of me, like I wish I just could know, right? Like I wish I could just know. Is like how much of like the Fine Brothers when they were striking down other channels, pressing information that was negative about them, when they were playing the victim, when they were calling out Ellen or whatever, like how much of that was just business strategy? How much of that was them being self-aware and them being like, hey, this is scummy, but we got to do it to solidify the brand. And like, how much of it was really them having that victim mentality? Like, did they really think the things that they were saying? And we'll never know. We'll never know. It's just like, we'll never know how much of this was ego, but it's an interesting thing to think about for sure. Cause like I don't see how, if it wasn't ego, like
from the guys that brought you The Big Short comes The Fall of Streamer, starring Ryan Gosling.
No, the typo was so good. It was so good. Starring literally me. Still a quality text to speech. But yeah, without the ego component, I just don't think they would have made this move. I think he's right.
As an option, but it is, and it is the solution that they were looking
spelling
for.
mistake
but
emote,
it doesn't
dude.
have
It's
the
so
shiny
good.
name tag on it of being on a streaming service. So there's all of that issue.
It's
to begin
5
with. Now we're
a.m.
gonna hear
I don't
Shane
see
mention
typos. Sorry, that's
the
understandable.
opportunity of account sharing for their platform, and let's watch the other two's reaction to that.
You can share it, with your friends.
It's true.
What are we gonna do?
Keep your eyes glued on all of our social channels.
So Shane says you could share it with your friends, which that's what people do with streaming services because they're a joke anyways. Nobody wants to pay all of the money per month just to watch some shows, so a lot of people share accounts. And
But like, you know what's wild about that? And I'm sure he's gonna make an excellent point here. But like, people do pay $5 a month, $5.99 a month, or whatever for people on this platform on Twitch. Like I know people that have tons of subscriptions to different different creators that they want to support. And so like if you're not shitty about it, clearly you have enough goodwill from your own community where people will show up and pay that subscription and not share that shit. Like there was no goodwill generated by him being like, oh yeah, you could just share it. Like I don't like I have some friends who watch similar creators, and I could see talking to those friends about those creators, but like there's not a fucking scenario in my mind where I could see a platform for a singular creator where I'm like, oh yeah, you want that fucking, that fucking LumiTuber subscription? You want to watch ad-free LumiTuber? Well, you can just log into my Twitch, bro. Like, what? V's guilt trip me for my $5.99. Yeah, I did a fantastic job. Let me stop you for a second. Okay. All right. Considering. All right. Okay. Gura. I don't know. Like, maybe people do. Maybe people do. I don't know how. Throws money at chat window. I don't know how often is it that people share like OnlyFans passwords or something. That could be like, and even that's not a good example. Like how the VTuber streaming platform folded this month. Yeah, but I guess I wasn't familiar enough with that platform to really understand why it folded. But I assume that it's because you basically took Twitch, which has a more narrow audience than even YouTube, and then you narrowed it down to just a few VTubers. It's like you keep making the platform smaller, and you're just gonna get hooed. Like who the fuck cares? Like and maybe their ego was big enough where they thought people really would care, but.
So Shane brings that up, which lets me know that perhaps in Shane's
yeah, I think so,
functioning
Nerdy.
of things,
yeah,
we're seeing
ceased
maybe he
operation.
does understand that this monetary issue is going to be an issue. That there are going to be subscribers that are like, I can't do that. So he's like, well, I mean, you could share it. He's not giving. He's not going to be like, you know what? Actually, yeah, terrible idea. We're not going to do this. But he is trying to make some form of compromise and saying you can share it. And the other.
I guarantee you, if like pretty immediately, like if somebody called them on this and was like, you know what, fuck it, here's my account username and password, they would put login restrictions on it. They're probably already in place. Rikishi, welcome. Good to see you. They would put login restrictions, like session restrictions, or they would start like gating it, like IP gating it, like similar to what Netflix is doing now. There's no fucking way that they would let that become a real problem. Like that dude will backpedal on this so quickly. I did watch some stuff there, but it was too small to have content or whenever I was online. Yeah, and like that's the problem. Is it's just too fucking niche. Like it's like it's too fucking niche. It's like streaming like okay, I'll say it like this. Like if you know English and there's 1 million people in the world that speak English, right? And you also know Klingon, but there's 1,000 people in the world that speak Klingon. Like, why the fuck wouldn't you stream in English? Good night, Brandy. Rest well. We're gonna be wrapping up after this this video's over. We'll get there eventually. It just doesn't make sense to me to purposefully limit your platform, to purposefully go out of your way to make the group of people that will consume your content, like, sure, if you're trying to get that niche and like you want to build a foundation on in a market like the Klingon market where there's no competition and you know that you'll be successful there, and then pivot to like an English stream, I feel like that would be the move. But they're basically doing the reverse here. They're pivoting to from a bigger platform where they found success to a who the fuck is this platform?
To do not at all support that statement. You see Ryan close himself off, sitting in a very open style, and then he shifts from being fairly open, closes off and does a little laugh, which is uncomfortable, doesn't fully reach his eyes. It's not genuine, and he says, yeah, I suppose so, something along those lines. And then they just try to blaze right on by that. So that lets us know that there is perhaps some financial contention between the three there. There might be some understanding within them that this is just a monetary move, this is just an ego move, and it doesn't actually have anything to do with the subscribers themselves, and that sort of concept might exist and it's not fully agreed upon, which a lot of people are catching on to. And I'm not super certain that Ryan isn't on board with the shift all the way over to Watcher. Like, I'm thinking that perhaps it is Steven and Ryan that want to make this shift, and Shane is a little less driven to do that, because in reality, again, as we've said, this move cuts their flexibility. It cuts their support. It removes their audience. It alienates them from any other creator that they had prior bonds with. This is a horrible business decision, and perhaps Shane is catching on to that on some small level, but it's not overt, so let's keep watching.
Channels will be announcing some sweet opportunities to win merch, a free annual subscription, and a bunch of other wacky stuff from us. For those of you that
wacky, dude, that's so wacky. That's
we are going to have a
crazy.
little bit of a beta period, which will be launching today, actually.
Right now, you can
right
sign
now.
up right now.
As of today, the release of this video, April 19th.
So if you want to become a member right now, you can.
Pausing here, Ryan and Shane are both regularly checking in with Steven. That's a power move right there. Steven is the one who has the answers to this. Ergo, Ryan and Shane checking in with this information side of things, which then pushes me to believe that perhaps Steven is somebody who is
coming up on a
spearheading
4.5
this on
hour
some
long
level.
stream.
If Ryan and Shane, the show runners, the forefronts, people know Watcher because of Ryan
I
and
had
Shane.
planned to go for
largely.
like maybe 3
If those
tonight.
two are the ones checking in with Steven, then that lets me know that perhaps Steven is pushing this, which many people have said, and there has been overwhelming evidence that Steven is living a life of luxury, and that this might be just more enabling of him to continue this life of luxury that he's living. And people are worried that perhaps Steven is the one who's really pushing for this move because he's just money hungry at this point. And at this, I mean, just going off of the small nonverbal cues that we're seeing here with them checking in with him, he's definitely the one that's in charge of this shift, or at least has the information around it.
Yeah,
this
he could be right.
That this is all Steven's idea, but at least on some level, he has more answers
nerdy, that's
and
fair.
knowledge about the shift than Ryan and Shane do, which lends us to believe that he probably has more control and influence in it than Ryan and Shane do as well. Fascinating aspects. Let's watch the rest of this and we'll wrap up.
Now you can actually go to our description. You can click on the link somewhere in the video, but it's just watchertv.com. Super easy.
That's right. Watchertv.com.
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 Watch your TV.
Watch your TV.
Watch your TV. Watch Watcher on YouTube.
This is painful.
Watch your TV.
In all seriousness, we really couldn't be more excited for you guys
Stop
to
it.
join us on this next
Stop
chapter.
it.
Hopefully, we'd love for you
Stop
guys
it.
to come along with us. But at the same time, this is our final goodbye to YouTube. And you know, if it's our goodbye to you, I hope it's not. But if it is, I do want to say thank you for supporting us.
Interesting here. So Ryan is now verbatim saying, we're leaving you behind regardless of whether or not, and that's fully devaluing the importance, even the necessity of the audience involvement thus far. Steven does a little sign-off thingy with a goodbye, staged, not very emotionally set. Meanwhile, on the other side, we see Shane do a reposturing, and he does a pretty substantial lip compression in there along with that reposturing, which the reposturing is further closing himself off. Combined with the lip compression lets me know that there is, on some level, even if it's subconscious,
I want to know how
a
right this
negative
guy is.
reaction,
I really
a
do.
negative emotional reaction to what is being said there. I think that Shane has issues with this. I think that Shane is not super fully on board.
You mean a
with
streamer?
this shift.
We gonna
as
have
much as
cleanup
he's
races
having
after
to
this? Yes, I'm
present in
launching
these
marbles
videos,
now.
As is kind of indicated by his nonverbal communication. There's only 23 seconds left. We'll watch that and then we'll talk.
For supporting us all along the way.
Your viewership has allowed us to do all these wonderful things that we've done these past 4 years. And we hope that you'll come along for the ride.
And help us continue to build.
Yeah.
Build this thing out even bigger. That's the hope, at least. But either way, it's been fun. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, now that I'm watching and hearing this perspective, he does not seem sold. He really does not.
Thank you.
Okay. Shane again checks in with Steven at the end there with his thank you. If you're watching
So
Shane
bye-bye.
throughout this, there's not happiness existent on his face. We're seeing action in the glabella area. We're seeing the eyebrows being low.
The fuck is the glabella area? Chat? Anybody know what a glabella is?
Lowered and drawn together. This could be in concern, could be in that in regards to the general vein of emotion of anger. We're seeing a nervous laugh from Ryan, and throughout that, we're seeing a consistency of neutrality from Steven throughout all of this. So in case it hasn't been made very clear throughout this video, I think that this move by Watcher was abysmal. I don't for a second buy that this move, this shift was done for the benefit of the viewers. I'm super disappointed. I loved their content. I thought it was beautifully produced, and to see them make this decision while fully discrediting very present, existent, and better solutions for their issues, and say that the only solution to this was to start their own streaming platform.
Their own streamer. Get it right.
Felt very manipulative.
Yep.
And
big agree.
It's overall wrong. I do not know how Shane and Ryan and Steven can recover from this, because even if they do come back to YouTube after this, people now kind of see what their colors are. So if you're watching this though and you have a different opinion than I do, that's very fair, and please let me know in the comments why you do have that different opinion. Perhaps there's something
I agree
that
with what
I
he's saying.
didn't unearth
I
or
just I don't think this-
misunderstood. Maybe you have more experience.
I kind of doubt that this will be like a death blow to their channel or anything. I think they'll be fine. If they had just announced it with the month stagger previously, this would have been a whole nothing situation. Like, people probably still wouldn't have been stoked about it. I still think it would have been too much. Like, they've already got the fucking Patreon, but
Experience in the YouTube sphere and know that they were getting ahead of something. Anything. Let me know in the comments below. Let me know if you.
All right, guys, let me
even tempted to
share
consider
this
spending
video
the
with y'all.
$6 a month or $60 a year to go and watch the Watcher YouTube channel. Yeah,
Solid
just fill
video.
me in on your opinions on this in the comments below. I hope you did enjoy this video. If you do like this style of video, dealing with internet drama, let me know any other things that you would like me to take a look at.
Solid video all around. Great recommendation by Kung Fu. I am glad that we made the journey together. I'm going to be checking out some more of the dude's content, but for right now, we are going to be rating out, and I believe that I'm going to take you over to Ken Ashcorp's channel, who is responsible for some real fucking bangers that we have enjoyed together on stream. So I'm going to play him as an outro. I will be live again on I'll be live again on Wednesday. We will be doing something on the schedule. I have Nikkei and Nikkei card unboxings. I think it'll be a good time. Hopefully I pull some value. I hope that you can make it for that. You got some food? Welcome back, Whale. We're about to end, but I hope that you'll post some bees in the channel that we raids chat. This guy's using his body language and knowledge really deliberately for the wrap up. It's kind of interesting to watch him do that. Right, Ice? Right? Ready for dessert? Come over. I'm on my way. On my way. Yeah, sorry to end like abruptly, but man, my brain is fucking mush, and I was not expecting to go for close to 5 hours tonight. So I'm going to relax. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me. Let me get this raid kicked off here. It looks like he's doing a collab, which is fine. It's Helldivers, something cool to just vibe with. And I don't think that I've raided Ken in a minute. So I think we have once before, maybe. But we're going to do it again now. Yeah. Brain is most definitely burnt. Most definitely burnt. Check out the new video, by the way. Leave comments and shit on the videos. Enjoy the show. Bye, everybody. Have a fantastic rest of your day, evening, whatever time it is for you. Mwah. Don't copy the raid message that has a... Ah! Thank you. Thank you, Bambi. Thank you. Copy Bambies, not nerdies.